The Jung Institute, as you know, has been for some years now offering these summer intensives to highlight the relationship between Jungian psychoanalytic theory and the religious life. And you're involved in a very intensive experience of that this week. Most of you have been introduced to each other, I think, yesterday. So I think we will dispense with any further introductions. Let me pass this handout out. Just take one and pass it around. This is a diagram of an archetype. We will be talking about an archetypal perspective some in here today, among other things. And this is from a plate in the forthcoming book edited by Murray Stein and myself, Jung's Challenge to Contemporary Religion. And it's from the conference that was this past fall by that topic. And you'll be able to, I think that book will be out this fall. There was a lot of stuff in there. You can see the contents in one of the handouts here at the desk. But when we talk about the stories of the soul, and especially when we talk about the care of souls, and when we talk about crisis, it's very important to have a lot of different frames on that. Thank you. It's important to have a lot of different perspectives from which you can reflect on this. And the archetypal perspective is one, a ritual process perspective is another that we'll be talking about today. Some developmental perspectives. And this morning I would like us to do a lot of hard theoretical work while you're fresh, cool. And then this afternoon we can circumambulate and deepen and get into some more experiential things. Yes?
Speak a little bit louder.
Okay. Sorry about that. Let me just say a little bit about my own interest in this and my own work. I am professor of psychology and religion at Chicago Theological Seminary. And for some time, I have done a lot of work on the interface between psychology and religion, psychology and theology, psychoanalytic theory and spirituality. And in recent years, a lot more work on the relationship of ritual process to all of these different areas. And I am a psychoanalyst in private practice in Hyde Park and in Evanston, in addition to my teaching. I have both a scholarly interest in this material and a personal one, of course. And so this is right at the focus center of a lot of my own personal and professional and spiritual interest. So I come to this with a great deal of interest and enthusiasm for the topic. I would like to take a moment, however, before we get into a lot of this what Fritz Perls tended to characterize as elephant manure, theoretical perspectives. I'd like to just take a moment and let you share your fantasy or your image of what you would like to get out of this day. We all bring fantasies. You know, we're all incurably archetypal in our expectations of everything. So, so why don't we just take a few moments and just play, divine play here, about what sorts of things you're interested in working on intellectually and personally through this day on this topic, and just jump in. Don't be bashful. Have the courage to be imperfect. Just your fantasy. It doesn't have to have any substance.
I just finished some institutes on John of the Cross and Teresa of Avila, and I'm interested in Dark Night of the Soul type of experience.
Okay, well, we're going to be talking a lot about what Charles Winquist calls the epistemology of darkness. So we'll spend a lot of time with darkness today. Thank you.
I think one of the images I have is this drawing of the kind of crisis, like a triangle being upside down.
Yes.
And it can tip either way for growth or for
That's right. The ambivalent Janus-faced quality of crises. Right. We're going to have to deal with the romanticism that currently exists about crisis, too. You know? Because crises, in spite of Jungian psychology, are not nice things. So we'll deal with that. Okay, others. Yes.
I'm interested in the Christian concept of sin and experience of sin as parallel to the shadow in theology.
Fascinating. Well, I do a lot of teaching on psychopathology and theological perspective, and thinking about evil, the nature and dynamics of evil, and relationship to shadow, what is evil about shadow dynamics and what isn't. And see, that's one of the subtleties we can get at today, because one of the things that happens a lot in crises is the shadow comes punching its way in to break up the lies that exist in one's life. And that's a big theological problem. Because if you take seriously a Jungian perspective or a Turnerian ritual process perspective about crises, or even say a Whiteheadian theological perspective, then you got a funny take on God that is not God of popular pietism. I mean, we'll get into this kind of business. You know, when a person all of a sudden finds themselves in the middle of an extramarital affair, that's certainly shadow coming to the fore. And the question of that psychological, psychosocial, and spiritual significance of such a crisis is a subtle one. We've got to look at that sort of thing today, perhaps talk about that a lot more this afternoon. Others? Yeah.
Well, I'm interested in how you experience these crises without repressing and live through them and still function in everyday life.
Right. Okay. Right. Well, one issue, and if I don't bring it up, you bring it up for us to talk about again. The whole issue of containment is what you're talking about. And on this chart, I want us to spend a lot of time talking about containment. Did you not get one? Okay, pass it that. The issue of this space in here, this is sacred space in here in the middle. In fact, if we were going to draw that correctly, there's no way to draw this two-dimensionally correctly. It would be like an egg or an alchemical alembic. It would be contained, sacred space. And that is about a holding environment or container. And one thing I want you to be thinking about today is the way human beings have tried to be contained in the midst of all this crazy crap that we go through in life throughout the centuries. There are all these ways religions, past and present, have been primary containers for people to cope with all of this business. And we're going to be talking about how that works and how it doesn't work. You've noticed that sometimes it works or it works a little, and we've got to really get some sophistication today about the dynamics of containment and the relationship between containment and transformation and whether you're going to survive or not, and what is it that's going to survive, and what do you want to survive, and what do you want to die, and that sort of business. Others? Yeah.
The thing I'm interested in is the difference between crisis that kind of seems to be the natural progression, i.e. adolescence
Yes.
or midlife or something like
Yes.
that, versus accidental crisis,
Yes.
where your spouse is run over by a dump truck.
Yes.
That
Life cycle related versus catastrophic.
versus catastrophic.
Mhm.
And also, I think I'd almost introduce a third one that I really have a grasp on, are ones that are self-initiated. For example, I think of gay people who suddenly decide to come out.
Yes. That's a wonderful phrase now. Pay attention. Self-initiated. We're going to do a lot with that because you can play with that. Self with a little s or self with a big S. You see, probably all crises are capital S, self-initiated. And we need to kind of get some subtlety about the way in which the self with a capital S can initiate a crisis without the ego consciousness knowing what's up. And we'll do some reflection on the mythic accounts of that in a little bit. But that's excellent. I mean, that's a nice rounded sense of what we got to cover today. And
I was just going to ask if this outline, the archetypal initiation, is the basis of the book that you and Maurice Stein are doing, or is it based
no, it's one aspect of it. We were looking in this conference at the significance of Jungian psychoanalytical theory today for religious life, planetary religious life. And so the book addresses, the people in the book address various facets of this. And this is simply from the chapter that I wrote on the challenge that a new awareness of ritualization brings. And that the argument that you can't really have a sense for the importance of ritualization if you don't have a sense for the way it's grounded archetypally. Ritual is grounded archetypally, and it's biological, it's instinctual. And so it's just one facet of it.
Is there much written on this very
Well, there's a lot of stuff now on ritual, and there are a few things on initiation, but not very many things that show the way this holds together.
from a Jungian perspective?
Right, very little that show how it holds together. But there will be more because people have realized now that the old Jungian attitude about collapsing everything into the head was really not adequate, that everything is in a social matrix. So contemporary thinkers, contemporary Jungian theorists are much more sociologically sensitive and aware than classical Jungian thinkers. Classical Jungian thinkers tended to see anything social as collective, bad, you see. And now we know through cultural anthropology that that kind of atomism is just stupid fantasy. It doesn't exist. So there's a lot of ferment now in Jungian thought about this stuff, and it's exciting. Others, things that are bubbling in your mind as you come to this topic and want to address, because I need to have some sense of that before we go. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking of the problem of being a crisis counselor, deal with people in crisis over and over again.
Yes.
And what that does to me as a worker.
Yes.
I get sort of into the role of containing people so much that I feel numb.
Right. Yeah. The dangers of being a psychopomp. You know, the question for the recorder, the question about when somebody does a lot of crisis counseling and serves as container, what about the crisis counselor? And this is a perennial question for both therapists and religious leaders. And this whole fantasy about burnout that people get into, I mean, it's just one of the dangers of the profession. And it raises the real issue of what contains the container.
Who ministers to the minister?
Yes. Does the minister, see, you won't find very many more secular people than ministers and clergy. You know, cynical, nihilistic non-believers in the fundamental kind of ways that they need to believe. You know, I mean, there's nothing more dangerous to your spiritual life than a religious vocation. You know, and the problem is right here on this thing you're raising, because you are living out an archetypal role. You are a leader of an important drama that is archetypal in nature, not personal, and it does fry your circuits unless you have some way to get out of that thing and realize that you are not Christ. In a lot of significant ways, anyway. And so we need to address that one. Now, for you religious people, especially for you Christians, you get a little clue about why you tend to pray so much. You know, there are dynamic reasons for that. And there are dynamic reasons why if you don't pray a lot, you are more depressed in the course of your work. And other related things about your own spirituality. I often tell my students that in graduate school that as long as you don't take being a religious leader seriously, and as long as you don't look at the dragon, if you don't ever look at the beast in the eye, then you don't need to worry about spirituality. You can see that as a sort of a
You don't need to worry about most
spirituality. You don't need to worry about spirituality. You can see that as a course you take in seminary or something these political conservatives do or something like that. But if you really get serious about it and start looking that baleful beast Grendel in the eye, then you either get serious about your spirituality or you get into some sort of spirituality of darkness, which is drug-related, some other kind of compulsion-related, but it's a spirituality nonetheless to try to cope with that stuff. We'll talk about that today. One of the things about being in crisis, dealing with crises, is that you cannot make out like there isn't this beast that's eating people up, because you're constantly running into this beast and it's wreaking havoc. You know, it's tearing things to bits. You're with Beowulf in the castle at night, when Grendel comes in, eating people up. And you just can't play games like you can if you stay away from this stuff. And so that's one of the real severe problems about being a helper today. Unless you're totally schizoid, so you don't feel anything. Which, of course, is one way out. Other interest or something, yes?
What you were saying really is not a big total interest, but globally speaking, it strikes me that in our culture today, whether it's nuclear war or just the fact that you can't change anything, it's just all too large,
Yes.
means that my perception is there are a lot of people who don't want to feel anything, who don't want to have a crisis, who want to have the world tight, neat, and small enough to deal with. And so, in some ways, another question is, you can't force a crisis on people, and yet, how are we to live in the middle of a crisis and not even allow it to touch us,
Right.
and yet the rest of us are
Right.
perhaps absolutely in the throes of it?
It gets real complicated real fast when you start thinking about this business, doesn't it? And you begin to get a sense of the way in which you inevitably are playing God in this thing. Because the ethics of showing somebody what's in the room are subtle. I mean, there's this wonderful cartoon. I should have brought it today. Copies for you. There's this wonderful cartoon. It's got this couple sitting in their living room, and they're talking to this visitor, and there's this huge dragon standing behind the couch. Have you seen that one? And they're saying to this visitor, "We deal with it by talking about it." we deal with it by talking about it.
There's another clever one that has this little warrior. It's about this high, and a huge dragon who is out to attack him. And the little warrior standing up, and the caption reads, "No guts, no glory."
No guts, no glory. But this is, see, one of the things we'll get to in just a minute when we get into this is the dynamics of denial, see? Because denial is just such a popular defense mechanism. It's wonderful, it just kind of shuts everything down, and you don't notice anything. And of course, a lot of the time you get a crisis when your denial defense mechanism is overheated and it starts slipping. It just doesn't work anymore. But that is certainly the case in the whole planetary situation. And you can think about the completeness of the denial thing as a sort of enchantment. It just sort of, everything is frozen and you don't see or feel. And people choose that. And it is legitimate to ask the question, well, what are you to do as a spiritual director or as a psychotherapist or as a minister? How much can people stand? How much truth can they stand? And that's one of the issues you'll have to struggle with. I don't have any canned answers for that at all. Now, from a Jungian perspective, you have some sense of the role of the self in the psyche, and that the self will regulate what the individual can deal with and what they can't, if you're sensitive to that. So we'll get to that in a minute. Let's have a couple more, and then we'll get on with some of this theoretical material.
I guess the puzzle I've been working on 3 or 4 years has been the problem of good and evil itself, and if God is bipolar. Then I wonder, my involvement in the church, I've called into question. And really, I have felt like I could walk away from it without thinking too much about it if it wasn't for my family, my children, my wife. I felt like the church was playing a big joke, that it was a joke, that the whole idea that anybody could really be good or do good, you know, and I see my own faults faced, I see theirs.
Mm-hmm.
And we live in a very small rural community where people know people, and if one apple cart's upset, several others go with her.
Right.
I had 3 suicides in my parish. People I worked with, prayed with, used all the hocus pocus of the church with, and they did it anyway. So I went into a very dark period myself in the wintertime, 85 and 86,
Feeling very helpless about.
where I almost did the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So I'm trying to figure out a reason to do anything
Right.
or to even be.
Okay, so you're still in this phase 2 that we'll look at in a minute. We'll talk about that. All right. Well, this afternoon I'd like for us to focus more on experiential things that you work with, the people you work with, and with your own journey. Those of you that are willing to share about your own journey, and because I know that you, when you come to a place like this, you do not expect simply a meta theoretical course, and we want to have this be tied into your own pilgrimage as integrally as possible. Let me just, yes.
Because of this machine, those of us in this corner are having a little difficulty hearing you.
Well, there's some empty chairs over away from this. I would recommend that you come over this way, and so that your ears won't be right in that, because.
But it is hard to hear you.
Yes.
And there are not enough places.
Okay. Well, just keep waving at me if you can't. If you can't hear me, just raise your hand at me, and I'll try to talk louder. Okay, maybe that'll help.
You turn that off, or did they have to be constant?
You would roast.
Can it go back and forth? Does it have to be constant? It will go off. Oh.
All right. What we need to start with initially is to deal with some of the fantasies, sort of archetypal fantasies, which underlie this topic. And one is the fantasy of peace and security. It's almost, some people call it the archetype of paradise. Eden, I call it. The Edenic fantasy. The more I work with this stuff, and the more I work with myself and with people, the more I'm stricken by the extent to which we try to live out archetypal fantasies. You know, all this talk about anima and animus, projection and possession and all that sort of thing. Well, you know, it's not just related to male and female. I mean, what destroys relationships? Well, it's when you expect the person to be an archetype and not a human. And we get into this projection of the perfect. And when they don't live up, we are wounded. We are wounded. We are terrified. In fact, the wound, we need to understand the relationship between the wound and the terror. Because right underneath every narcissistic wound is terror. And when somebody doesn't live up to our archetypal fantasy, when someone doesn't live up to our archetypal fantasy, we are narcissistically wounded. We experience terror. What is the terror? The terror is fragmentation. It is a sense of nothingness. It's a sense of an annihilation. It catches us way back in our earliest developmental period. Trust versus mistrust. Erik Erikson's first stage. Trust versus mistrust. And I would venture to say that everybody in the room had enough bad experiences with your mother, your parenting one, that you've got what the Freudians call an internal bad object, you know, a punitive, rejecting, abandoning introject, which is just another word for a Jungian term, the negative mother complex. And add the negative, abandoning, non-affirming, non-blessing, non-choosing father complex, and you've got the sort of configurations which at root are the sort of organizations in us which put us back in touch with that primal terror. What you got to understand when you're dealing with this topic is primal terror. And you know a lot about it, if you'll admit it. Because the anxiety that we feel when we stop doing whatever it is that we do to self-medicate is that, Peter Berger wrote about the rumors of angels. Well, this is the rumor of annihilation that is in us from the very beginning of our life. There are a lot of good reading that puts you on the ways of thinking about it. Ernst Becker, The Denial of Death is a book you ought to look at. The Escape from Evil book, the Denial of Death book. All of Ernest Becker's work deals with this topic. The way in which so much of our activity, personal and cultural, is to tell ourselves a lie. A narcotic lie, of course, but a lie. And what is the lie? Well, that there isn't any dissolution, that there isn't any fragmentation, that there isn't any death. And one way of talking about this archetype initiation is it's the archetype of death and rebirth. So what we human beings would like to do, because it's so scary, life is so scary, is we just like to go all continuity, right? No change, at least no change toward the bad. I don't get weaker, I only get stronger because I work out. And I jog. I'm not really aging. The point is that this stuff is grounded in archetypal fantasy of a world where these horrors are not. And our defense mechanisms, they call them defense mechanisms, I call them offense mechanisms, because they are the ways that we try to maintain a little, beachhead on life. Our defense mechanisms work toward trying to screen this stuff out, the horror out. Look, for example, at Alice Miller's work. Her whole theory is based on the idea that childhood is so horrible that the child has to muster all its psychological mechanisms to lie about how bad it is in order to not be so horribly terrified that it just dies. See? So you repress and deny and put into your body all this truth. And then you have symptoms which tell the truth, because your ego, your consciousness, your conscious awareness cannot stand to deal with what's true because it's too horrible. So you have psychosomatic illnesses, and you have accidents, and you have whatever, which is the psyche's way of trying to tell a little truth. But just getting some sense of the terror that is at the root of this business, and that we insulate ourselves from, and that we do all this work to create structure, to create a world, a cosmos. Here, we'll start putting some flesh on this outline. Let's start with Eliade, Mircea Eliade. There's almost all of you have read some Eliade, right? Very few people as important as Eliade for understanding this topic. In fact, very few people as important as Eliade for ministry, for spirituality, for all these things we're interested in. Eliade's work with primitive peoples is simply emblematic for what is archetypally human. Primitive peoples, so-called, knew and admitted how fragile the world is, their world. They had it out there where they could see it. The fragility of it was out where they could see it. They just admitted it. Hey, the world is going to, the world's going to run down. Night is coming. And they admitted it, and they ritualized it, and they faced it. Of course, a lot of their means of facing it are not something modern humanists would approve of. But they were honest about the horror, the terror, what Eliade called the terrors of history. And Eliade shows how human beings are always looking for a center around which they can construct a cosmos, a world, an ordered world, to shut out the forces of darkness and chaos. Well, all that stuff that Eliade writes about, the deterioration of history, the terror of history, the human need to find the center, and for periodic regeneration by getting close to the divine powers that created the world in the first place, finding sacred space, entering it, utilizing it properly, and then being transformed and renewed by it, and then moving on out of sacred space back into a transformed and renewed profane space. That is what this topic is about. That is what the whole thing is about. And the usefulness of reading Eliade for this thing is to get a sense for the way human experience is structured. Not just in pre-modern, pre-industrial culture. This is the way human experience is structured. This is the way it is. There's a chapter in this book I co-edited with a historian of religion, Frank Reynolds, Anthropology and the Study of Religion. There's a chapter in there on space and transformation, in which I lay out a lot more about the dynamics of transformation and sacred space and so forth, and we can talk about that more. We will be talking about it a little bit more today, but that realization of the way in which human experience is not solid, it is not solid, it has never been solid. The solidity of the human experience is a fantasy, the archetypal fantasy. And that is one of the things which sets Jungians apart from other psychoanalytic theorists. So much in Freudian theory, for example, has overemphasized the ego's clinging to a structured reality. In other words, if you're a Freudian and somebody's ego starts coming apart, their adaptation in the world starts coming apart, your assumption is that they didn't have a good adaptation in the first place. In other words, you tend, if somebody has a crisis in their life, what you tend to do is to assume that they had developmental failures early. See? You see the fantasy behind that? The fantasy is that if you had good mothering, that things would be stable and real. See, if you had really good mothering, the universe would be strong. That's the fantasy behind the Freudian theory. Let me go over it again. See, if you have a big crisis when you're 40, the Freudian assumption is that you had massive flaws in your ego formation early, which maybe probably is true. I mean, I'm not quarreling with that. But the fantasy is that if you had the right mother, a good enough mother, that you would just live your life, and boy, you would just go through this stuff, and everything would be structured and fine and impulse controlled and no acting out and no liminal space any time during your life. You would just sort of be together. It's the fantasy of the together person.
Oh, Dr. Moore,
yes.
are you letting mothers off the hook?
No, that's why I say you probably all have got massive ego damage from your mothering. I mean I do. So but that's not the point. The point is to look at the fantasy, because the fantasy of a particular theory will give you your attitude toward crisis, and you've got to be real conscious what your attitude toward crisis is. And the Jungian point of view on this is that the ego structure, that is the hold you are able to develop on life, is temporary. Must be temporary. Because life is not one thing. Life is a pilgrimage, which is a pilgrimage of a series of initiations. And that is even a cleaned up way of saying it. I mean, you say, well, life is a series of initiations. Boy, it sounds like, well, it's sort of like fraternity life. But what that means is life is a series of deaths. Now, that gets it a little bit more. If you've had somebody die lately that you loved, that gets it. Those of us involved in the Young Institute here had just experienced the death of a very beloved friend and founder of this institute, Roland Rood. And we're very acutely aware of death. And so to say that life is a series of initiations means that life is a series of deaths. And it's not Resurrection Sunday without Good Friday. It is real death. And so there is a sort of acceptance in the Jungian point of view that when you start coming apart at various places in your life, you should not automatically assume that it's simply because something bad happened in childhood, although you need to deal with that if it did. But it's archetypal. It is the way human life is structured. That's the way it is. And to try to play like, to live as if there's not going to be any dismemberment anymore. You know, it's like a fantasy. Well, I'm going to get me some analysis. Find the best analyst I can find. Tried all those other people. Get me 5 years of Jungian analysis. After I get my 5 years of Jungian analysis, no more liminality. I'm going to have arrived, individuated. I'm going to be individuated. Right? And that means no more crises in my life. Well, of course, that's wrong. A lot of people think that, you know, they got taken. I mean, you know, if they did 5 years of Jungian analysis and they come up and they have a crisis, that somehow they ought to get their money back. You know?
Oh, I don't think that's true that people think they'll never have a crisis again. I think they feel that through analysis they will henceforth be able to handle crises better.
Right, which is also a fantasy, see. I mean, the fantasy of handling a crisis well. Think about it. Think about the fantasy of handling a crisis well. Look, if you handle a crisis well, it isn't a crisis. Face it. That's the truth. If you handle a crisis well, it's not really a crisis. No, I'm serious, because look, a lot of people that we admire for handling crises well are merely schizoid.
Merely what?
Schizoid. We admire some people who are able to stand so much, you know. You know, they say they've gone through this. Look at what they've been through. Wow, they are able to just go right on like nothing happened. Well, you know something? Nothing happened in terms of their feelings, because their feelings are so locked away that they really didn't feel. See? So anyway, what we've got to look at in terms of this stuff is that there are a lot of fantasies that are perpetrated upon us for good reasons. I mean, it's good. People mean well. I mean, mothers mean well, and daddies mean well when they tell you it's going to be all right, honey. You know? And theologically, you know, in the ultimate sense, there is just like that thing about, you know, the Eskimo mother that says to her child, you know, it's going to be all right. Well, there is a ontological, metaphysical, theological truth to that if you're a Christian. But that should not be allowed to simply be one more part of denial mechanisms about truth about human existence. And those of us that are involved in the care and, you know, primarily care of souls, need to get honest about this reality that people endure, encounter. That's what the primitive peoples, pre-modern peoples, were very good at. They were very, very much more honest about the radical nature of crisis than moderns. See, with modernity, we clean things up. With the Enlightenment of the 18th century, we really started trying to clean things up so that you wouldn't have to deal with a lot of these primal realities. That was the beginning of modern mortuary science. See? See, if there had been mortuary science at the time of the Buddha, we wouldn't have had the Buddha. You know the story of the way the Buddha got to be the Buddha. So anyway, Eliade is an important source for you to read to get some sense about a more honest treatment of the way in which human pilgrimage unfolds and the way in which crisis is just built into it. It's not something that just sort of happens willy-nilly. It just sort of breaks in as something that doesn't come with life. It is part of the warp and woof. And one of the important things about studying mythology and folklore, and one of the reasons that Jungians put so much emphasis on that, is because mythology and folklore is honest about this stuff, which gets us to Joseph Campbell. The hero, the book Hero with a Thousand Faces, is a wonderful treatment of the mythical stories about this process of crisis and renewal. His whole thing about the hero cycle, the descent into the belly of the whale, of the monster, the encounter with all of the ordeals, the reception of the boon, and then the return to the community. All that is an archetypal, that's a mythic expression of this same archetypal reality. And the power of myth in this area lies in its capacity to tell us the truth. And people always wonder if myths are false. Well, myth has its power because it's true, and it's capable of assaulting our defense mechanisms and having us admit the truth about human experience. It was not until the work of Van Gennep, though, that the ritual nature of this phenomenon began to be realized. You can still get copies of Van Gennep's book, Rites of Passage. It's a University of Chicago Press paperback now. And he focused primarily on life cycle rituals of initiation into adulthood, from adolescence to adulthood. But the structure, the tripartite structure of initiation and of this whole process of crisis and renewal was delineated most clearly by him around the turn of the century. Separation. With the emphasis on these thresholds, threshold 1, threshold 2. Every crisis can be plotted in terms of Van Gennep's schema. And we'll talk more in a minute about Victor Turner's elaboration of it. But every crisis in your life and the lives of others can be plotted in this. Now, tomorrow, you'll be talking about the psychology of mourning, grieving, and renewal. Well, this is the archetypal context for what you'll be working with tomorrow. So, now someone said, in fact, a couple of you were pointing out, Jane and some others, you want to be able to get through crises. Well, that's certainly right. Because if you stay in here, in this limbo phase, then the thing has arrested, the process has arrested, the human process has arrested. And this happens a lot. And this afternoon, what we're going to want to do is to discuss the ways in which, the various ways in which you have seen in which this thing gets arrested and why it gets arrested. In other words, why do people get lost in the middle phase? What happens that they get lost and never come back? They never get out of the belly of the whale. Incorporation is just coming back to life, coming back to the world in a different status, a different constitution of the ego. All Victor Turner did was to take Van Gennep and make it into a general theory. If you haven't read Turner's book, The Ritual Process, Structure and Anti-Structure, that's the best place to start. And Turner's work is undoubtedly the most important work in cultural anthropology in recent years for understanding crisis theory. Yeah. It's ritual process, structure, and anti-structure. You really would do yourself a service by getting really familiar with Victor Turner's works. He just died just a couple of years ago. But his works are enormously significant for ministry and for religious leadership and for the life of the spirit. And understanding a lot of the primal aspects of human life in a non-pathologizing way. See, when we talk about this middle phase, we're talking about sacred space, and we're talking about transformative space, but we're not talking about nice space. It can be nice, but it's usually not. The time, this is often hell, and at least purgatory. Place of torture, terror and torture and vertigo and all sorts of horrors. In fact, the chamber of horrors image that you get in popular culture, that's what this is about. Because dealing with the experience of being in this place betwixt and between, after a crisis and during a crisis, is hard. It's a chamber of horrors. Yeah.
Why do you call it sacred then?
Because it is a place which is the reason it's called sacred in terms of our discussion is because that's what it was to human beings prior to the modern era. After the modern era, unless you're educated in this sort of perspective, you wouldn't call it sacred. But sacred, prior to the romanticizing of faith, never meant nice, and it never meant good. Sacred just meant not of the human world. It meant another reality. It meant something that breaks in like an earthquake. In fact, in the Christian tradition, it's helpful to remember images, Old Testament images of the divine, because that is more accurate to the widest human experience of the sacred. That, it's not, and that's what Jung picks up on, see. I mean, when Jung is dealing with all his bipolarity of God and all that stuff, and when he's talking about, the shadow side of God and this business, what he's trying to do is to get people to face up again to the primordial experience of the holy. That if you study the phenomenology of religion, the history and phenomenology of religion, Van Gennep, Eliade, the Van der Leo, a lot of the phenomenologists of religion who present the primordial experience of the sacred, and it was never experienced, unambivalently moral, as moral. It was powerful and fascinating and horrifying. It's like the book The Idea of the Holy by Rudolf Otto. That's an important thing to look at in this context.
It's also about the concept of time out of time. It's
Yes.
not secular. It's not sequential.
Yes.
Clock time.
Right. Well, this Eliade's whole thing about sacred time and profane time. Profane time doesn't mean profane like profane language. It means time that is not powerful and full. Sacred time is powerful time, full time. In Greek, it's kairos, not chronos. In the fullness of time, that is sacred time. It means something is about to be born out of. But the only thing about it is we cleaned up things, and we are chronic cleaner-uppers. Clean it up, paint it up, fix it up, so you don't have to be honest about it. The fact is that we want to talk about the fullness of time. When we talk about the coming of Christ, in the fullness of time Christ came. There's this lovely image of this pregnancy, peaceful pregnancy, fullness of time. The only thing about it is you got to look at what was going on. What is going on in the fullness of time, archetypally, in all of the births of the great saviors? Well, it is horror time. It is like this is the worst of time. Everything is horrible now. And when the Redeemer is born, when the Redeemer even looks like he wants to be born, what happens? Well, all of the armies of evil. If you're going to understand this whole thing about crisis and the psychology and theology of crisis, you got to think about this. Think about the birth. Think about Christmas. Think about Herod. And think about the psychological, psycho-spiritual meaning of Herod and Herod's armies. Because anytime you have a crisis, see, there is a archetype of the child, the divine child, that's going to be constellated. There's going to be a manger, and the divine child is going to be born, but there's going to be these massive armies that are coming in to kill it. And that's, whenever we run into the kind of experience you were talking about, you're under siege, with all these armies. And one of the issues that you work with in this stuff is trying to hold some sense that when the armies are coming in, the armies of darkness are coming in, that need not mean, that doesn't mean redemption is not in process. In fact, it probably means it is. In fact, one of the things when I'm working with someone, and you begin to learn when you do deep work with people that whenever they make a significant transformation, step forward, there's going to be a massive attack on them. There will be a massive counterattack. The Freudians even, we're not the only ones that know about this. The Freudian object relations theorists have this concept called the antilibidinal ego. The part of the personality that is out to get you, out to kill you. And they're quite clear that whenever you make a significant move toward relatedness and love and joy and life, that there is a part of in the personality, a real organization in the personality that's going to attack. So I always tell people when they get these things, congratulations, that means we're making progress. You can assume when you're making a significant step forward that you're going to get attacked. And it's just grounded archetypally in this business. Okay.
Do you think the fantasy of Christmas being peace and security has anything to do with the demonstration of Christ?
Sure. I think that there is so much to be done with just archetypal reflection from this sort of point of view on Christmas and Easter. I mean, we just are so shallow. We don't get beneath the surface of this stuff. This stuff is enormously powerful. And I think that that there's so much richness and fullness in all this imagery and practice around Christmas. There are a lot of people that try to rationalize Christmas and make it something ethical and clean and everything. But the peace aspect is picking up one side of the archetype, and the present giving is picking up one side of the archetype. And all the shadow stuff at Christmas time picks up the other side. I mean, it's no accident that at the very time all this sense of fullness and the flowing, the cornucopia, the regenerative, creative principle, I mean, when all those presents around that tree, that's just an affirmation of this primal, archetypal reality of renewal and the fullness that is available in life, the fullness, the sheer embarrassment of riches that is available in human life. But at the same time, that's when you're the most depressed.
The day after Christmas is a martyrdom.
Yes.
I mean, it's
Sure.
the church calendar is followed up. You have
Sure.
martyrdom, slaughter
Sure.
of innocents,
Sure.
murder of Becket.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all of these things come.
It's because it's held together. It goes with. And what we do is we try to keep our mind on one side of it, and the other one slugs us in, in the kidneys. Bam! Rabbit punch. And that's as it should be, because the unconscious, that's another thing about a Jungian point of view. The Jungian point of view teaches us that if you insist on focusing on one end of the archetypal reality, you're going to get punched by the other end of it. And that the goal in our development is to be able to hold these things up, hold both ends of it, and to be able to get some sense of orientation and comfort out of being able to hold both ends of it at the same time. And knowing that just because you're depressed at Christmas doesn't X out the other side.
It's the opposite.
Yes, it's the tension of opposites, which, from a Jungian point of view, have to be held together. If you let one of them drop into the unconscious, that's going to be a shadow. It's going to be manifested in a shadow way. And so this whole thing about crisis, I mean, you can just look at the whole Christmas story in this context. It is about crisis and renewal. And every aspect of that story, and the same thing is true about the Exodus. If you look at the archetypal meaning of the Exodus, you get the same archetypal motifs. Any other questions before we go on? Yeah.
I do have a question. What is the Jungian fantasy of why people are stuck in the middle column there? You said the Freudian fantasy is that you don't have good enough motoring.
Yeah.
And what is the Jungian fantasy?
Well, there are lots of things that Jungians say about that. One thing would be that insufficient attention is being given to the reality of the self with a capital S. Let's make sure. It is in this space that the self is most evident. You know, if you really haven't worked with this stuff long, you might get the idea of the first time you read stuff on this that having archetypal self dreams is really great. Well, that's not necessarily so, because when you're most sensitive to the self with a capital S is when you're in hell. And That's when you really need to be in touch. It's like you got this chasm here. As long as you're sort of standing on your organized cosmos, you got your world here. You haven't been divorced yet, or you haven't had the death of the person you love yet, or your dream that you had that organized your whole life. You were going to be a successful lawyer, or you were going to be this, or you were going to be that, or you were going to have the most beautiful kid that ever lived. Your kid won't ever have any problems. Right? And as long as that world is intact, see, it's solid. I mean, there's just this fantasy that the world is so solid. Look at there how solid that is. The only thing it is, it's on the back of a turtle. That turtle's asleep. That's why all that mythical stories about the turtle down there underneath the world, or the great snake that's down there underneath the world, it's asleep. And as long as your world is pretty much intact and is going the way it was supposed to, fine. But once that thing wakes up and it starts shaking, then you realize you can't stay here. And you're going to get into this space probably. Now, you can get into it and fall. All those images, that people have in nightmares of falling. You just get out and just fall, and it's like a bottomless pit. You just fall endlessly. It's a terror of falling dreams. Or you can grab on and play Tarzan. And you can hook onto something and try to swing across this thing. It's an image to think about the way the self works. It is a centered, it's the way pilgrimage. Think about pilgrimage, actual pilgrimage to shrines. Think about the journey to Mecca. And think about Christian pilgrimages in this way. It's the center out there. As long as your world is pretty intact, you'll think about Christ and God and divine reality and all those things, but it won't be an emergency. See? But in this kind of period, the center out there, what is it for? Well, that's the pole star, which you try to get some sense of organization and to counteract your sense of total fragmentation and annihilation. And so it's this sense of having something swing across on. And from a Jungian point of view, whenever you're in such a crisis, it's not abnormal to be in it. Now, you may feel crazy as a loon. And by some people's standards, you would be. But not from a Jungian point of view. You're not necessarily crazy. You can be if you insist on it. Right? I mean, if you want a DSM-3 diagnosis, we can give you one, or 2 or 3, But the point is that it's not abnormal to be in here. It's just human. In fact, we spend a hell of a lot more time in there than we do in some of the other places. But what you got to be able to do is to connect this center out there. That is what Jungians mean by the ego-self axis. Except, remember, not an ego here to speak of. So, you got an old ego over here, and the new ego over here, and this connection with the self enables you to get across this period of dissolution of the ego. This is dissolution. Alchemically, this is where everything gets dissolved. This is terrifying. Freudians are real good about understanding about the terrors of fragmentation. There's a whole school of thought now, based in Chicago, Cohutian self-psychology school, about the terrors of fragmentation. Well, this thing in here is fragmentation. It's the old shamanic dismemberment. And so when you get stuck in here, you have lost any sense of the fact that in your personality there is a self with a capital S. Or from a Christian theological point of view, it would be equivalent to saying you lost your faith. It would be equivalent to saying you don't feel that God is with you. That God is with you anymore. You can't say Emmanuel anymore. If you can say Emmanuel, it doesn't stop the pain. But you don't have a sense of being lost forever. You know that whole thing about being lost in the outer darkness where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth? That is an archetypal image of being in this kind of space without a contact with the self. And so what we know, and the dark night of the soul, that's confusing business. For somebody who can pray, even to say, I'm out here alone. See, when you can pray, you're not annihilated yet. It's when you get to the point where you cannot pray that you're really in trouble. Yeah.
So that crucifixion experience, I mean, when Jesus, for that moment, feels totally abandoned and is kind of facing that, the journey that.
But he's still praying. See?
Yes, that's it. But I mean, to not be able to say,
yes,
my God,
right,
would be what this is.
Right. See.
You know, to get lost in it.
Right. Right. To not be able to maintain an awareness of a center out there. It's like, in some times in your life, if you're like me, you say, you get talking a little frank with God, and saying to God, I hope the hell you know what you're doing, because I sure don't. And but still, that's something radically different about being able to say that than not being able to, when you have sense that there is no transpersonal center. Now, see, from a psychoanalytic point of view, you make no ontological metaphysical claims for this, see, that this is simply a psychological reality in the personality, that there is a thing that you can observe. You can be a total atheist, totally uncommitted to anything, and you can observe in people's dreams, the constellation of this sense of a center out there. And you can watch it. You can be a total atheist anthropologist, and you can study people, and you can watch them going through the Hajj, the pilgrimage, and you can get film of people circumambulating the Kaaba. And you got to deal with that from a finite social science, behavioral science perspective. What the hell is that? What is going on there? That is weird. If you ever see films of people circumambulating the Kaaba, I mean, it's freaky.
What is it you're talking about? I'm not.
Oh, in the Muslim pilgrimage, which a Muslim is required to do. They're really a good Muslim. They go to Mecca, and there's this great cube structure which they walk around by the thousands, and they are to kiss this stone, which probably was a meteorite. And if you see films of this, it looks like this great beehive. And it's a drone. You can hear the drone. And it's so clearly archetypal and non-personal. I mean, it's so clearly that this is a deeply biosocial process. You just get this sense of being transpersonal. Now, that phenomenon has to be dealt with from a strict psychoanalytic point of view and not refer to theologically. The psychological point of view. And so you can talk about this self from a strictly psychological point of view, and you make no metaphysical or theological claims. However, if you are more honest, which is to say that there are metaphysical implications to all these theories, you deal with the question of what is this center out there metaphysically. And that's where you get into Christian and other forms of theology and philosophy. Yeah.
When you're in the space of Christ, I didn't understand what you said. There, Emmanuel. You said that when you lose
God with us.
God with us.
God.
If you lose the sense,
if you lose the sense of God with you, then that is when you are totally without orientation. You would be like a primitive person who forgot their divination techniques to locate the center of the world tree. Picture yourself, that would be the way to think about it. You're here, you're a primitive tribe member, and you know that the world is ending, and you have these divination techniques to locate, having your goat wander until it stops. And you forgot that. You can't remember what you did to locate the center. Eliade says that's what's happened to modern human beings. Well, it's not as bad as Eliade thought. We still know. Why do we still know? Because we're wired for it. It's archetypal. We've got it built into the system about how to look for the center. See?
so one.
It's like the wandering in the desert, except that Moses wasn't just wandering around out there. I mean, he had a sense of the center out there by the pillar of fire and the column of smoke. Yeah.
I would think there would be almost an obverse to what you're saying now, and that is that perhaps the definition of sin is losing the sense of self out there, but assuming that I am the self.
Mm.
That there's no longer this distancing, but that I'm it.
That would be one form.
That's what I'm saying.
That would be idolatry, for example. Yeah, that would be idolatry, wouldn't it?
Well,
Be a
I
form.
wasn't thinking, I think of idolatry as visual, but I'm thinking more as an emotional experience here of, God isn't there.
Right.
I'm it. I'm all that's left.
That's right.
And it seems to me, from what little I know about Judeo-Christian tradition, that is almost an essential definition of sin.
Yes.
Is this vast separation so that you feel that you're the only thing left and it's up to you.
Yes.
Which is a deflation and an inflation all at the same time.
Right.
That's Woody Allen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of his movies, that's what I would.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure it does. Sure it does. There's always a hidden inflation in falling apart. In fact, that's one thing that all these theories agree on. Freudian, Adlerian, Jungian, that in every being down there is a hidden inflation being up. But this whole thing about the awareness of the self during a crisis. Otherwise, how do you get out of it? See, I mean, you don't have a pole star. You don't have any sense of a center around which you can build your nest. Yeah, your nest got destroyed. You don't have anything to begin the process again.
Well, this is quite inflated, that topic. Well, if you're not sure you want God anymore, you've seen the light, dark side, you think, well, that seems quite immoral. Maybe I don't want to mess around with it.
Well, it's a very common experience. I think, and I think it comes on a lot of the time because we perpetrate such a romantic view of God. So often, that is to say, if you begin to look at the world and what happens to people, start asking too many questions, it begins to be not quite so simple to deal with theodicy, the question of justifying the ways of God to human beings. Theodicy is a whole area that people have spent a lot of time with, and increasingly, the Jews, for example, a lot of existentialist Jewish theologians, since Richard Rubinstein and others, don't try too much to justify God after Auschwitz. So, I mean, that was what a lot of the death of God theology back in the 60s was about. And of course, things like that, which are so difficult to metabolize, go back into repression, except in our personal lives. We all, when we're most honest, wonder about this.
But we wind up judging God as being inferior morally to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
That seems kind of mysterious.
Well, it's a very tricky, interesting shadow projection that we do. I mean, I can understand about seeing God's immorality, but the fantasy of one's own morality is sort of an interesting kind of phenomenon of what we call splitting. Increasingly in psychoanalytic theory, the idea of splitting is really important, and that is when you can really identify yourself as good. When you can identify yourself as good, that means you've got a split right down the center of your personality, one way or the other, either vertically or horizontally. We can talk about that later. But the fantasy of yourself as good is a sort of a manifestation of a low level of psychological development, see, in psychoanalytic theory. Yeah, you were going to say something.
I have a question about this
Yeah.
When you use the term the center out there and the center in there, that would be the sense of the absence of anything outside, or if you were spiritually, if you had a sense of being grounded internally and then it went, that would be the loss of that in both places, right?
Well,
A sense that spiritual ways or spiritual happenings that brought you forward in time are now gone, and you cannot use them
anymore.
Now, that's in that middle part, right?
Well, that would be the collapse of your old adaptation, see.
Okay.
Now remember, a lot of the time the image, and if you saw those Von Franz films, were any of you there at the Von Franz films, The Way of the Dream? Remember that when she was talking about the archetypal significance of the star?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what we're talking about here. Because, now think about the star as an image of this center out there. It's not like keys in your pocket. I mean, see, when we think we've got the keys in our pocket, we're really in here. See? And this thing about being in this liminal, this is what Victor Turner, we might as well get the Victor Turner liminality. And I've got to talk to you about the difference between liminality and liminoid.
Bob, can I
Yeah,
interject just a
yeah.
minute to follow through on this gentleman's comment?
Yeah.
I think some of what I'm reacting to, perhaps similarly to him, is simply the limit of this image. You've talked about the ego dissolving as it
Yes.
swings over the abyss here. I think what happens to some people is they go into the pressure cooker with a strong ego, and it's their image of the self that dissolves.
Yes, I think that's
And,
absolutely
you know,
right.
The terror is the same.
Yes.
You know, we know who we are,
Yes.
but all of a sudden,
Well,
God
you can-
has blown apart.
Yeah, the particular projection of the archetype of the self goes.
And I think, I mean, in my mind, that's the Judeo-Christian tradition. That's what the story is. God keeps blowing the images apart.
Mhm.
You know, the idols just keep exploding in front
Right.
of people's faces.
Right, but see, that is not here. See, when the connection with the self is gone, see, that is the dissolution of the old organization. See, that's what I'm trying to make a distinction between the keys in the pocket and the star. The star is far away, and you don't master it. You're not its master. You don't have it in your pocket. You're not a master theologian about the star. I mean, you got the keys to the kingdom here, and they're in your pocket. See, you can kind of count them out. You know how they work, how they articulate. But when you're in this, you're not master of anything. That's why Islam is submission. It's the archetypal significance of the word submission. Because when you're in this place, you're not master of anything. And any fantasy of being a master of anything is just that. It's a denial, a delusion. And so the constellation of the self, you might say that the self keeps breaking through the projections of the self that individuals make. And we all want to put the self on something and let it and control it in some way. It just doesn't work that way. Because it's a dynamic reality, not a static reality. But the terror is losing any sense of the self at all. You know, Edinger talks about that in his book, Ego and Archetype. You got two dangers. You can be so far out of connection with the self that you can just have this total sense of vertigo. You don't even see a star. Or you can get identified with the self and think you're it, which is the other version you were talking about earlier.
I'm interested in
Yeah.
how this crisis starts, and it's related to the question that was asked again before. And that is, I get the sense that the self more or less beckons the process along. But my question is this, that I think in our modern culture we often kind of wait for a catastrophic crisis to come, and then, you know, let's say, try to work with people in that. But in contrast, I'm wondering about the idea of getting a ritual, and whether, in a sense, ritual that is done more or less intentionally and regularly doesn't help this whole process along, or this pilgrimage along, and in fact kind of takes some of the edge or some of the terror off of this stuff, you know, especially if it's practiced.
Well, I think it can, and it's a whole issue of containment again. That is, if people are really aware of a reality which is trying to lead them out, and they're really aware that they can't stay where they were, and that the whole idea of staying where you are is regressive. If they're aware of that, then it won't be so scary, quite so scary. It won't be quite so scary to realize you've got to move, and if you've got somebody that's saying it's okay to move, it's one thing. What I love about Joseph Campbell is the way in which he characterizes how difficult it is to develop that orientation, though. You just want, it's more, please, Mr. Custer, I don't want to go. You know, I want to stay here. And so there is always this regressive desire to just not go.
But what I'm coming from there too is looking at some of these functions of initiation rites within cultures.
Yes.
And even within our, let's say, Lutheran circles, with the way we've used confirmation in the past as opposed to what's happening now, we've kind of just come on, kids, force them into it. You know,
Yeah.
you're going to have your
Yes.
rite of initiation now.
Right.
And whether that does that really work or not.
Well, that's real complicated. We're doing a lot of work on that stuff now, and you know, the thing that's hard to get a handle on is how different pre-modern cultures were. You know, if you were a boy in a lot of these cultures, you got made into a man right on schedule. I mean, what we don't face up to when we romanticize that is that if you didn't want to be made into a man, you got killed. You know, I mean, this was there in primitive culture. We have this romantic fantasy about primitive pre-modern cultures that they were so flexible and spontaneous. You know, and there's all these diversity. You know, modern culture is repressive, and you know, contemporary capitalist culture is so repressive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But primitive culture was freeing and spontaneous. Well, that's a biggest crock, because if you study that stuff, there was very little leeway for any divergence, pain of death, and so we're not willing to use capital punishment in a lot of these situations now. Some parents still are. Talk to some parents of teenagers; they're very in favor of capital punishment for their teenager. But it's a real complicated question as to how much you can force initiation and how much you have to wait. And the truth of it is probably somewhere in between. And that is to say, if you don't have a knowledgeable, this is my rep, if you don't have a knowledgeable ritual elder, you're likely to have a lot of people staying in here too long. That is to say, it's that the workings of the self also have a social dimension. And when you're in a transition state, which is what this is, you need very often somebody to project the self upon so you can have a sense of its reality. Like it's one thing to say S-E-L-F, self, you know. It's quite another thing to have any visceral experience of its reality. And so if I'm really in a transition state, very often I need to be able to, in Freudian terms, idealize somebody to serve the role, to act the role of the self for me. In fact, one of the things that we know is if you're unable to idealize someone during a transition state or crisis, it can be very crippling. Because it's precisely then you need to believe in somebody. You know? I mean, if I'm really in a transition state, in a real crisis, and you're my clergy person, you're my priest, or you're my pastor, or you're my analyst, I better hope I can not focus so much on your clay feet. I better hope I can keep my mind off of how lousy you are, and how inadequate you are, and how insensitive you are, and what a poor interpreter you are, and all these, you know, how completely lousy you are as a priest, counselor, or therapist, or whatever. Because if I can't get my mind off of it, where am I going to be able to lodge this archetypal projection of the self, which I need to constellate in me? It's a real problem. And human beings have always known through the centuries that you got to have a ritual elder in most cases. See, this is one of the places where anthropology is correcting Jungian theory, because there was a period in Jungian thought when people were kind of led to believe that, you know, this is a real private phenomenon, getting in touch with the self, all that. Well, it can happen that way, I still believe, but most of the time I don't believe that's the way it happens. I think that you have some experience of the self in experience of person and mind.
Could that ideal that one has the function that saints serve?
Sure.
you know, that they,
Oh, yes.
so it doesn't have to be a concrete specific.
No. See, think about idealization. It's very important to get your mind around the importance of idealization. The capacity to idealize. Don't let me forget. Well, we've got enough time now to talk about it a little bit. You know, this whole, when you're in a transition, you need two things. You need to be able to idealize some point of orientation. And you need to be able to experience yourself as being seen. 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 S-E-E-N. Excuse the Southern. It's the whole dynamic. The Freudians have wonderful discussions of this in this self-psychology literature. But it's just when you are feeling most fragmented and broken to bits, that is when you need somebody's eyes, you know, the eye, not eyes, just eyes. You know, you need capital E-I to see you. It's that creating eye. It's that eye of blessing that's needed. And that's a sacred eye. Now you mediate it in your work when somebody can allow you to. But one of the critical things, see, when you're in one of these crises about healing, being healed, one of the hard things is being able to allow someone to be that for you. Again, the Freudians say, if you didn't have a good experience with your first parental figure, you won't be able to allow them to do it. Who knows? I never ran into anybody that had a good experience with their primal parental figure. If you ever find one, let me know. Yeah, somebody's.
No, but what's the difference though with the Jungian? Okay, the Freudians say that you didn't have a good parental experience. Or what would the Jungian say?
Okay, the Jungian would not reduce it, would not reduce everything to a reductive interpretation blaming the mother. We're quite aware that parental environments are deeply important. The only thing about it is that we also believe in the fact that every person has archetypal resources available to them. You are wired for being able to experience the self. And even if your earthly father or mother was a real zero, like I, as a Jungian, believe that you have within you the ability to experience the mother with a capital M. I sit with analyzans who have had horrible experiences with parents. And it's very fascinating when the mother comes, the goddess. You know, you can call her by whatever name you want to, or depending on your mythology, but Greeks would call her Demeter. When you see Demeter come in a dream, it's amazing then when that person feels cared for by the mother. All of a sudden, they can allow themselves to see their little M mother.
Their what?
Their little M mother, the one that they had in the family. They can start seeing the way she really was. Well, that's because they are wired for an experience of what human beings need. Now, we believe now that in therapy, that's what a therapist does, is to try to elicit that, try to push the right button so that that archetypal resource can come to the person's aid. And that's what we do in ministry, too. I mean, we're not doing something to them. You're just trying to help them touch that resource within that is there. We've called it the Christ within, and we've called it the God within, and all those sorts of things, but it's the same reality. Yes.
As you're talking about the need for models,
Mm-hmm.
I just was realizing that that seems to be one of the big problems we have socially now, with so much transition going on.
Yes.
I'm thinking in terms of the women's movement
Yes.
and other
Yes.
socio-political movements.
Yes.
It is sometimes so hard for individual people to move in those directions because they have no models, no earthly models.
Yes.
You know, that we might have archetypal models that are now being made more conscious, but in terms of actual people in our lives, there's no elder who can model the new person.
Well, if you look at popular culture now, I don't know if you've ever had the trauma of reading a People magazine. Or Rolling Stone. If you just read, put on your belt, tighten it up, get brave, and then go to the supermarket and look at the magazine. And you'll see exactly what's being talked about here. I mean, there's this enormous dissolution of any sense of any kind of believable person for idealization. Our young people are having a terrible time with idealization. You got to be able, people have to help the young, because, you can't just idealize anybody. There's got to be a little fit somewhere, And it's an enormous problem. And I think the whole question about that archetypal issue, see, my argument would be that popular culture is not doing much grounding in archetypal reality at all. That it's there are a few things which are getting constellated, but it's sort of runaway acting out stuff. We'll talk more about that this afternoon. We really should, because there's a crisis. If you go see the new Prince film, if you're masochistic. I'm serious. You should go see that and reflect on that in terms of cultural crisis. In terms of what your children are being presented as images for their lives. And there's a real cultural crisis here. And one of the things we don't want to be a part of, I hope, is this thing you were talking about earlier about denying the way this all is. It's horrible. It's a horrible business. I can't think of anything worse than trying to be an adolescent today. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if we are wired for wholeness.
I can't hear.
Speak up just a little bit.
If we're wired for wholeness, people, and these stages that we have to go through are natural stages.
Yes.
The rhythm of life. Do we need? I'm wondering about this business about you must be an activist. Good part, whole individuation or whatever.
Yeah, that's good marketing.
I'm just wondering about all of these people in the world that were never even hear of.
Sure.
Are they hopeless? They're going to stay.
No. That's only if you're into marketing services as a Jungian analyst. Which nothing wrong with marketing. But the fact is that Jung didn't discover archetypes. What you're really looking at there, individuation is an archetypal reality. power of Jung is not because he figured all, he came up with all this stuff. I mean, Eliade has demonstrated that this stuff is just everywhere in human culture. And people have been doing this, and they work on all this stuff, whether they ever heard of anything about psychotherapy. They always have and always will. And but what you do not get away with is the necessity for containers. See, you can eliminate Jung and Jungian thought, but you can't eliminate the archetypes, the archetypal imperatives. When you get into a crisis, you need a container, period. And if you don't have one, you're going to leak all over the place. And chances are what's going to happen is it is an abortion, a psycho-spiritual abortion, or stillbirth, or the birth of a monster in terms of the new creation. And you see this constantly. We're going to spend a lot of time on it this afternoon. I want you to think about what the requirements are for getting through this stuff with a minimum of deleterious effects. I mean, and it's not. We want to be honest about this. It is, a lot of people don't make it through this. See, in the best of situations. I mean, like he was saying, you can have a dedicated pastor or priest or analyst that loves you dearly and not make it. And there we are back to sin, see? Or if you want to be psychological, to the antilibidinal ego. And that is to say, and this is one of the things I constantly want to make people aware of. We have to face that one part of the shadow in us is so dark and so ugly and so vicious and untransformable. And it wants you dead. And it will always want you dead. And you need to face that, because if you don't face it, you cannot understand why people choose to just go down the tube. In spite of the fact that they have enormous numbers of friends that love them, and clergy that love them, and therapists that love them, and all sorts of things, they choose to go ahead and self-destruct. And it was that observation that led Freud to formulate the theory of the death instinct, Thanatos. And we don't have to have a theory of a death instinct to admit the reality of this antilibidinal ego, or this part of the shadow, which many Jungians today would say is part of the archetypal shadow, which cannot be integrated, cannot be transformed, has to be recognized. And I recommend that people speak to it and say, hey, I see you, I know you're there. And you can even say, if you believe in a lot of these Freudian developmental theories, you can even say, you got the way you are honest. That is to say, there are good reasons why you want to die. And I understand them, but we're not going to do that. Ever. And I mean, but this is a part of the thing. I mean, we really have to help people realize that that there is a choice down in the middle of all this mess. You finally do have to choose life. Even if you've got the greatest ritual elder in the world, there's a point in there where you've got to choose. Yeah.
Then there is the question of how much is genetic
Yes.
in the brokenness.
Sure. Sure.
Inherited.
Yes.
Whole cycle
That's right.
structure.
And this is another thing. This is where a bunch of Christians or religious leaders or pastoral care people or that sort of thing getting together can be a lot more I think, honest and less arrogant than a bunch of psychotherapists getting together. Because the church has always emphasized that in terms of ministry, the vast amount of ministry is not healing ministry. It's sustaining ministry. Because there are a lot of things in human life that are not going to get healed. And that's the thing you're bringing up is one part of it. The fact is, I have a biochemical inheritance. And I may be predisposed to being depressed because of my biochemical inheritance. And if I'm predisposed to being depressed, because of my biochemistry, does that mean I can't individuate? Or does that mean, you're not going to mess with me, you're just going to put me on drugs?
What does wholeness mean in that case?
Yes.
What is the step toward incorporation?
And see, that's what the power of theology is, that people who have not been trained in philosophy and theology, as most psychotherapists have not, they can't understand how subtle this whole business is. Because they cannot grasp what religious thinkers have grasped from ad nauseum. That, healing is a very, very, very archetypal concept. In fact, one of the things that happens, the more you get through your therapy, the deeper you get into analysis, your fantasy of being transformed and healed, fixed up, changes. And you realize, I'm never going to become the archetypal human. Here I was going to be Adam. And so it's a very important thing to look at. And from the point of view of spirituality, it's much easier to deal with than from the point of view of secular psychology. Because secular psychologies, including any psychoanalytic theory, are going to have to, for their own self-respect, operate within their finite, what we call in phenomenology, their finite horizon. That is to say, anything important we can do in here. Anything important we can do in this theory. Well, that's not true of any psychology. Human beings are bigger than psychology. Yeah.
Seems like in that context, what you're saying, that you're being in the separation state, it's I'm strong, I'm whole, I'm not wounded.
Right.
You're thrown in the middle, and God, I'm loaded with wounds. I'm
Right.
shot through.
Yeah.
Some are self-inflicted, some have happened to me. A lot
Right.
of them can be healed.
Yeah.
Getting to incorporation is healing some of them and accepting that I'm going to have some of these wounds be festering.
Thorn in my flesh. See, I think one of the important things is just people's growing awareness of just what you're saying. Just that they can really live in spite of a lot of stuff. I work a lot with people who've been sexually abused as children. And when you have been sexually abused and you have been able to remember it, you have such an enormous feeling of defilement, being ruined, that it is just horrible for a person to try to feel any healing. But it is amazing the resources for healing that exist in human psyche. They can never have a past that is not painful. But they can really come to have great joy in life. It's an amazing thing to see. And it's because of what you're talking about there.
It seems to be very much in line with Paul Pauline's scripture of thorn in the flesh.
Yes, it is.
And then he follows that up with
feel my strength really from my weakness. When I'm weak, I find that I'm strong.
Yeah, it is a sort of it is a place you could get to, hopefully, where your sense of health is not based on denial and inflation. And that's sort of our fantasy of maturation. That would be what a more mature person would be. That's why people have often said that the really mature person is not very judgmental of others. They may not be very permissive, and they may be very firm. They're usually firm and caring and nurturing and generative, but not self-righteous. Other comments? Question for you. Yeah. We're going to go on till about, we normally on these sessions go from 10 to 12:30, and then we take an hour and a half break and start again promptly at 2 and go to 4. So we've got about 20 minutes for you, Myra.
I'm trying to think about this in terms of Jewishness and metaphor. And what's interesting is that it's helpful to say to a person, you, in the sense that you're living the life, the surviving life of the difficulties your people have had. So in that sense, saying to someone, you've got the people of Israel inside you, that therefore becomes the archetype. And that means a lot of difficulty and a lot of crisis and a lot of carrying the wound from the angel right along with you, because you can be limping, but as a matter of fact, you know you've survived because the people still survives. And so that's something you can grab onto in the middle of a lot of pain.
Yeah.
And that's not an idealized individual. That's sort of an idealization of, I guess in Christian terms, the servant in Jewish terms, the people.
Well, also, see, in that, see, that's that sense of the archetype of the people, see, is so much richer still among the Jewish people than among many Christians. This capacity to dance in the face of horror is one way to see that. I wish I could remember the reference, but there is a reference, a story that was told about find joy in the midst of horror. Yes, I think it was one of the. What's the name of that collection? Something.
There's a new collection which comes in closer, which is what Yafa Iliach, which is Hasidic tales of the Holocaust.
I think that's where this thing came from. Yes, I think that's where that came from.
Really powerful stuff.
Yes.
Because it is the ability to maybe not dance, but keep going and tie into earlier sources of strength,
Yes.
even in the midst of the camp, to be human, to accept humanity, etc. To try and turn around only the horror images and to get some of the survival images.
Right. The problem. See, think about depression in this context. I mean, not as contrasted with sadness. When you're sad, and this is in the context of thing you'll be working on tomorrow, grieving, mourning. When you're sad, you're not valueless. I mean, you're sad because you value, and because you can feel, because you care, and it's so fundamentally human, so archetypally human to be able to experience sadness. But when you're depressed, it's a different animal. Because when you're really depressed, you're losing your sense of what is valuable. And a lot of the time you lose your capacity to feel. And you lose your capacity to care. And you lose your capacity to love. And this kind of fragmenting, the kind that kills, is so killing. Is that thing you get into in the depths of depression, when you just cannot feel your way to anything of value. There's so much that could be done with the question of community and relatedness here. Jungians would talk about that in terms of a lot of the time, at least James Hillman talks about in terms of anima mundi, the being able to feel the world, value the world, to be able to relate. There's a real danger, and of course, the liberation theologians are always pointing out to us the danger of spirituality as being too privatistic. And I think the thing you're talking about is sort of a nice correction to that. You see that at the root of all this stuff is relatedness. In this place, there are radical transformations in relatedness that occur here. And if you can make contact, then you've got some chance for regeneration. If you can't, then that's usually really bad that occurs. Other comments or questions? We still got about 15 minutes. And we'll come back and try to deepen this into other experiences that you have. Yeah.
When the gentleman was speaking of the Jewish people and the Holocaust experience, what came to my mind was even more at home in our own nation was that slavery of black people and how the same that went on in spite of their misery, in spite, that somehow or other there was that sense of survivor, that sense of, going through something, like there is something else on the other side.
Right.
And I'm wondering whether the Holocaust and slavery and this happening to a whole people, whether that in itself is not, an archetypal reality in which these people became the sacrifice.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
For our own,
sure.
For that profound evil in mankind of, that Holocaust.
Right. Now there's no question about that. I mean, that's one of the things. If we're going to get anywhere in a transformation of the human reality, that this is the kind of thing that's going to have to be worked on, and that is to face up to the extent to which this splitting that goes on and scapegoating and dehumanization is an archetypal kind of thing. And it's interesting, your discussion of slavery, it's interesting the power of Jewish scriptural imagery for black people. In fact, if it weren't for Exodus images, a lot of those songs would not exist. Those gospel songs. But the capacity to unload. This is another place that Ernst Becker is good. Look at that denial of death thing again. I mean, because his thing is, as long as you're trying to clean up human reality and explain why things are not perfect, you're going to get into this trying to find the reason, the scapegoat, the reason, the explanation of why things are not archetypal, in fact. Why is the world not even? Well, it must be the Jews, or it must be the blacks, or it must be X. And of course, no particular political group has a corner on this. Liberals like to think conservatives have a corner on it, and vice versa. But the interesting thing about it is that it is a propensity of human consciousness to split into simple dichotomies. Yes, Tess.
It seems to me that that's one of the important rituals that we lack is a believable and possible scapegoat ritual in our culture. Most cultures have had them, and I think we have just tried to deny the fact that this is part of the dynamics of the way we operate. Before, at the beginning of Lent, there would be a figure called Pharaoh Polly or a lot of other names, which was burnt in effigy, which was treated with abuse, and because it was like Jesus, but you can't do that with Jesus because you can't identify yourself as scapegoat of Jesus. But because, and like the figure of Zozobra, Old Man Gloom, and Santa Fe, where they burned this huge figure that I showed pictures of one time. I mean, it strikes me as a lack in our culture that we somehow think we've arrived at a level of civilization that we don't need scapegoat rituals anymore. And so what happens is that we act them out instead of ritualizing.
And usually in the family.
Yeah.
Family dynamics are very much ritual phenomena. And the identified patient in the family is often the actual most religious figure in our culture, because they're the ones that are carrying all the family shadow and self-destructively acting it out. And there's where the effective ritual process is going on, except it's unconscious acting out, closely akin to human sacrifice. That is, when you've got a teenager that's self-destructing in a family, this is ritual. It's a ritual phenomenon. Now the question about what to do about that stuff is hard. Whether you see, from a Jungian point of view, the whole issue of dealing with the shadow is where this falls. And a great deal of what is going on here is personal shadow, not archetypal shadow. And it is a denial of the things that have been done to us. Alice Miller is right about this. We are so full of hate, justifiably so. But to admit that would require so much that it is repressed, and human beings have always used ritual means. Right now, what is going on, I think, is that we have another mega ritual mechanism that is working, and it's the arms race. The arms race is a mega ritual phenomenon, and nuclear stockpiles are simply rage, human rage. And there's a real temptation toward what one person has called the last right. Doug Gillette has called that the last right. That is nuclear war. So attempts to look at the nuclear arms race from a secular point of view are really, simply a secular point of view, non-ritual point of view, are really hopeless, because I don't think they see the meaning in those nuclear stockpiles.
Isn't it incredible that the illusion that's portrayed is that this will guarantee and create peace for us?
Well, and of course it's right for a while, because you don't have to admit how much you hate your mother, and you do not have to admit how much you hate your father, and you do not have to admit how much you hate your wife, or your husband, or your brothers, or your sisters. You don't have to admit that you hate anybody. You just build up more nuclear bombs. This is the way that human beings have always done it, except that in the old days it was more structured, and you didn't have to kill so many people. You just killed some. In fact, you could do a whole analysis of limited warfare based on this kind of point of view. That Vietnam's and Afghanistan's are ritual phenomena, which you have in lieu of a larger ritual. See, once you attain a psychoanalytic perspective on the human psyche, then you have to then things look differently. You begin to see what potent stuff is in the shadow material here that always comes back in these. The thing about these crises and transition states is that stuff that's been, Jung always said, when you get into one of these things, all that shadow stuff, unlived life, comes up. And this afternoon we're going to talk a lot about unlived life coming up. What's that about, and how does it work in these crises? But one significant thing about unlived life coming up is rage. I mean, the rage that is not admitted to consciously, and either has to be stored up or acted out. If you can store it up, it comes out in ulcers, other forms of psychosomatic illness, and so forth. Some people say cancer. But it's this whole psychology of the shadow that's significant here. And you can think about this in the context of a crisis, because in crises, shadow is going to manifest in a different way. When everything is neat and together and organized, it's toned down.
Could you envisage a time when we're, say that what you're talking about with the warfare, where there'd be an intermingling of politicians and psychologists to address sort of what goes on in the putting together of wars? Is there ever, do you think there'll be a cross-plantation of understanding of what's going on as we do this in the world?
Well, now you mean to plan a war?
No,
or do you mean to try to avoid it?
Yeah, do we ever come to the understanding of what is going on to address the rage?
Well, see, that's an interesting question. It's one that I've raised many times, and that is the question of whether or not in the highest echelons of the Soviet government and in the American government, Security Council, whether there is any psychoanalytic reflection. Now, in World War II, there was a great deal of psychoanalytic reflection in the OSS and the highest councils of government to try to look at the subtleties of psychodynamics as they affected decision-making. Now, I have not been able to find out whether that is the case, although I have made some different inquiries, and I've tried to go through a number of channels to try to inquire as to whether the CIA is now using psychoanalytic knowledge to try to raise this kind of question. Because there are channels of communication. If the right people were thinking about this stuff, there are channels of communication at the highest levels where they could say, look, we're really in a situation which is just ridden with unconscious patterns that we're going to be tempted to act out. What can we do to... And it may be that that's how the discussion is going on. One would hope. But that's something that could be found out, I think, I mean, I've talked to a number of generals about it, but not been able to follow through with it.
Don't you think the other side of that is that, I mean, you put it into Soviet and American, my sense in the last maybe 5 or 7 years is that there's another whole dimension, which is called terrorism.
Sure.
You don't need to have whole groups of people. You can have one person.
Yes.
Who can hold a whole plane, a whole country, or a whole whatever.
Sure.
in his or her hand at any moment. And
Yes.
I
But
think
that won't work, see, as a planetary ritual. So as long as it's New York City or Chicago or LA or a terrorist with a bomb, I mean that would be horrible and so forth, but it would not fulfill this planetary apocalypse ritual. And so if that, I mean, that's a huge, enormous problem, but in terms of who has the power to act out a complete cleansing, there are only still a handful of people that have the power to act out a complete cleansing. Cleansing of the world, isn't that an image? Yes, a complete cleansing, see. And there is, I want to remind you this before our break, I mean, to make you have a nice lunch. The archetypal imagery around the apocalypse and about the coming of the millennium, the turning of the millennium. You're familiar with the kind of fantasies that went on around the turning of the first millennium and the kind of hysteria about the ending of the world that came around then. And that's going to increase a lot as we approach 2000. And as, the fundamentalists are really into a fantasy of, boy, Jesus is coming again. And they're real in favor of that. And their support of Israel, Israel gets a lot of support from fundamentalists. But their support of Israel is not because they're so pro-Israel. It's because that is a chink in the plan to get this thing all ended. Because they want it cleaned up. And so there's an archetypal fantasy going on globally. And one of the dangerous things is that as you approach 2000, there's going to be a lot of unconscious pressure to have this last ride. That's why it would be really nice if there were some awareness of that sort of thing in the highest governmental levels, but who knows what that's like. I don't have any friends in the National Security Council. Well, we can talk more about that and other images of crisis this afternoon. Let's start promptly at 2 o'clock. Try to get as many of yours touched on as we can in the time we have. So let's just open it up and take this as an opportunity to shape our lecture and discussion time. So what are some things you would like to have us address in more depth? Things that maybe we haven't touched on that we want to touch on? Yes.
I want to hear more about what the container looks like, or can be, for a person living a regular life.
Right. We need to do quite a bit more with the container business. Right. Yes.
We have something on sort of ways of addressing people in crisis, but they will not come, say, to the clergy, for the help they need. Ways to sort of get into these kind of situations when they won't ask for it.
When no one asks.
When you've got a parish and you've got about 10, sort of who are obviously in need of help, but won't ask for it. Because there's sort of some.
That's the interesting thing about, we can talk about prerogatives of clergy vis-a-vis other helping professionals, and we can talk about that. Yes.
More about the role of ritual elder. So like how what would be your ideas for the formation of ritual elders? And sustaining ritual elders.
Somebody else, yes.
I'd like to, since we talked so much about the negative this morning, about ways of dealing with the shadow in phase 2. In other words, instead of just talking more or less at large about the warnings about the shadow,
Yes.
how is it dealt with in ritual in phase 2?
Shadow.
Shadow in the negative.
Now that's that whole issue about the way unlived life returns.
Yeah.
We need to address the way in which in crisis there's usually something about unlived life making itself felt again.
You say unlived?
Unlived life often kind of throws itself up during crisis, yes.
I wonder if you help shed a little light on the difference in crises at different stages of life, the kinds of struggles that young people have, adolescents, as compared to midlife. Some of the differences, crises manifest. How do I think about that, trying to be helpful to
Right.
people in different phases of life cycle?
Right. That's. We should mention some books around this stuff too when we get to that. Yeah.
I don't know what it is I want to ask, but it has to do with sustaining a crisis or eliminating it or handling it or, I think oftentimes most of us that live here are interacting with other people, maybe our crisis or maybe other people's crisis, and at times it seems like give them an answer. It seems so critical they need an answer now, kind of thing. Or at other times, isn't it maybe more to the point to let them have the crisis and be with them? And how do you estimate what's called for? I realize I'm asking a question.
That's a lot of questions actually. Right. Actually, it's related to this whole issue of management, crisis management, which is what is talked about in the literature. But also the issue of managing our own anxiety when we're dealing with someone else's crisis, and the shadow issue there is for helpers. Is really important. We should talk some about this whole thing. If you're not familiar with this Guggen Bill Craig book, Power in the Helping Professions, it's really important in this context because we helpers get into this fantasy. It's us and them, and we repress our own chaotic core. And then when we get close to a chaotic core, we start getting these reverberations, which are subliminal, and then we begin to have to fix this crisis up. Try to put a lid on it, not for their sake, but for ours. And we need to talk more about that because that's related to a lot of these other issues about how do you manage to deal with the helper in this whole business. So that's Guggen Bill Craig. Yeah, good luck. It's just Power in the Helping Professions. It's here in the bookstore. Adolf. Yeah, just look G-Craig. It's Adolf Guggen Bill Craig, and it's Power in the Helping Professions. And it deals a lot with the shadow side of being a healer and a helper, and we ought at least touch on that today. The shadow side of being the person that helps others through crisis. So we can talk about that. Other things. That gets us off to a good start. Well, let's start with this whole containment issue because it is a broad, very, very wide-ranging issue, and it's one that has only recently been getting very much attention as such. Now, the people that used to understand these dynamics the best were people that used to be practitioners of ritual magic. Not stage magic, but actual ritual magic. Because they were very aware that when you deal with the unconscious, or when you deal with any situation in which the unconscious manifests itself, that you need some great care for insulation. The whole issue of the magical pentagram and magic circles that are so widespread throughout the world's practice of magic is based on understanding of the importance of containment and dealing with the sacred, or with the unconscious, we would say. And of course, if you study something like if you study the mass, as Jung did, from a psychological point of view, you see a lot of insight into ritual dynamics and containment dynamics in the mass. Perhaps you see the sophistication of this sort of thing more clearly, though, by looking at other cultures, like looking at the sophistication of ritual leadership in something like Hindu ritual practice. But the point is that in pre-modern culture, much more was made of insulation. You can think about containment as paralleling the issue of containment in nuclear energy. In fact, unconscious materials, primitive materials, the kind that come up in crises, are very closely parallel to radioactivity. That is to say, in every person, there are materials which are carefully stowed in tight compartments. And as long as everything is going fine, they don't come up, hopefully. That is, unless you're a borderline personality or worse, you do not normally have access to them, except in the form of sort of subtle symptoms. However, when you get regressed, and we need to talk about regression here, and we can talk about the concept of regression in service of the ego, as it's known, because this is a period of regression, psychoanalytic terms. You all know something about regression. We should talk a little bit about the dynamics of regression in this context, because crisis always issues in regression, psychodynamic regression. It is a rule, an axiom that you can count on. And by this it means that when you get in a crisis situation, your normal defense mechanisms began to get overheated. They gradually overheat, and then, depending on how bad things are and what your resources are to cope, your circuit breakers start going. And you begin to rely on more and more primitive systems of defense. That is, if you are a pretty healthy neurotic, you will rely on fairly advanced defense mechanisms, usually. Rationalization, that sort of thing, fairly fairly high-level lies to yourself. But as you get stressed out, or if your inner structure is weaker because of developmental problems, you will quickly start going down the ladder of coping mechanisms. And the anxiety will build very fast. And the anxiety will be, of course, as you know, of two forms. There will be some signal anxiety, that is to say, some of it will be directed towards the outer situation you're facing. Like if you've just had a death, you will have some realistic fears. But a lot of the anxiety will not be related to the outside situation. It will be related to what is threatening to become conscious because you're already regressing. In other words, so when you have an external crisis, you get it from both directions. You don't just get the threat of the external situation. Whenever you have someone that you love die, all of this repressed early abandonment fear gets constellated again. And it comes in, and it's very primitive and very frightening. And the image of radioactivity is very important because you have to understand that it is that alien to the adult conscious ego. That kind of terror. And when you hear about nervous breakdowns or psychotic breaks, things like that, normally you're talking about what happens to a personality when a lot of this very chaotic emotional material gets so close to consciousness or into consciousness that it just destabilizes the person totally. Now, think about hospitalization a moment. It's clearly just this issue we're talking about. It's just a strong container. The mental hospital functions, or the mental ward functions exactly parallel to that outer containment unit in a nuclear reactor. When the first line is breached, you have a larger containment unit which holds these materials in until cleanup can occur. See? So I encourage you to think a lot about both electrical insulation and why you need it and what happens if you don't have it, and also the process of insulating against radioactivity as metaphors which are very accurate psychologically to this topic. Now, what are some of the things that a person constantly has to contain? Well, some of them are obvious. Just throw out a few. All the time, what are some of the things that you have to be able to find a way to carry or contain? Rage is one. That is probably the earliest. You've got to find some way to bind that, because you cannot function if you're always experiencing that. Did you ever try to do anything when you were enraged? It's not too easy. Okay, what else? Sexuality, fear, terror.
Loss of self-esteem.
Yeah, narcissistic wounds of various kinds. I mean, and the derivatives of that.
Grief.
Hate, grief. Now notice all the emotionality here. Notice the emotional terms. We use the word complex so much. It sounds sort of tidy, but complex is always an emotional. It's an emotional term. A complex is emotion. That's how you know when you touch one, because all of a sudden you touch it. Affect, with a capital A. And you can just be going right along and everything's fine, and then all of a sudden you touch somebody's complex and you got a load of emotion, and it is split off by definition. Autonomous complex. These things are out of touch. So just listen to all these emotional words about what has to be contained, and one of the things you become more and more aware of is the emotional landscape of the world. I mean, just the emotional geography. Just think of it as emotional geography that we live in. And it's so hot. Human beings have to figure out some way to negotiate this thing, deal with it. What else? Well, think about the whole issue of, it's related to the issue of wounds to self-esteem, but we can just put it more positively. How does one have a sense of significance? What can give you, through some vessel, a sense of identity? See, the word identity is misleading. People carry their identity in containers. A profession is an identity container. If you don't believe it, just look at what happens to a lot of people if they lose their profession. I mean, all of a sudden you haven't got anything there. They just disappeared, in their own eyes.
In other words, we kind of contain a stereotype of the work that we do.
Well, I didn't mean to communicate it that negatively. The thing that the research has shown that people's work in general is one of the primary containers for their whole sense of significance. And when we say sense of significance, we're talking about their legitimate primary narcissism. A sense of self. Who am I? I am somebody. Well, how do you know? Well, there are these things that I pour my life into, out of which I gain some sense of being someone. And the professions today in middle class and upper middle class culture have a big role in that. And in fact, they serve such an important, you may question the importance that they have. That is, on some ethical grounds. But the fact is that for middle and upper middle class, social role and professional role and so forth carries so much, it serves so much as their sense of self, that if somebody has problem professionally, you get this enormous fragmentation of personality. Now religions, and you can look at the way this functions and just do a little social psychology of religion. I was down on the near north side Sunday night, been to a play, and heard some real good music. Looked out across the parking lot, and I forget the name, Faith Tabernacle or something, was having a boogieing gospel service out here on the street, and the audience was filled with sociologically marginal people. Just filled with sociologically marginal people that mainline upper middle class churches would not touch with a 10-foot pole, would have absolutely no interest in whatsoever, except theoretically. And the fascinating thing about that was the way in which the gospel singing and the sort of ritualization of affirmation there, you could sense the way in which these sociologically marginal people really had a sense of self. of narcissistic supplies because of that service there. It was intriguing. They didn't have a profession. They weren't lawyers and doctors and so forth and so on. So they couldn't do their status and self-containment bit that way. They were doing it very traditional human way. Human religion has served to give a containment to this sense of self. And the decline of traditional culture, combined with the decline of the capacity of religion to serve that role for a lot of people, has made for a sort of a dwindling away of containers for meaning and significance in people's lives. So just meaning, the issue of meaning. Think of Viktor Frankl's work, logotherapy and so forth, and the whole idea of the search for meaning, and the search for containers for meaning. And you can see the critical issue today of how people find vessels through which they can feel some sense of being. You know, it's getting more and more scarce. The way is to have a sense of being. It's getting a lot more scarce in modern culture. Somebody had their hand up. Yeah, Steph.
I think it's becoming more problematic for professionals too. And Bella and Habits of the Heart pointed out what I thought was a very important difference, and that is that one time the profession meant a role in the community.
Mm-hmm.
But with the creation of what they call national occupations, it's now a way to honor an advancement, and that is much less stable. I know this from being so close to a position in this time, so that the professions no longer carry the sense of identity kind of built in. You were the family doctor, or you were the general practitioner, and I think that's true all the way across the board in professions, that because they are careers, which is a different thing.
Yes. Nihilism is much closer to consciousness.
Yes.
See, I mean, we have this enormous problem now with nihilism. I mean, it's always been a problem in modern culture, but I mean, you talk to young physicians and young lawyers and other young professionals now. I see a lot of them in my practice, and it's a grim scene because they see their profession and they see what's happening to it, and they feel very betrayed. In fact, many of the young doctors, if you talk to many young doctors, a lot of them would like to get the hell out of it. You get to know them closely because of the sense of betrayal they have. Now, we all know the shadow of the medical profession. We don't have to belabor that. But, I mean, just think about the promise to the young person of a container of meaning and a sense of vocation, which is then not functional. It does not work as a creator of a world in Eliade's sense. You do not get a world, a cosmos, through the profession as much as you once did. In the 19th century, when there's this great book called The Culture of Professionalism by Burton Bledstein, which lays out the roots of professionalism and when it really was in its early days in America, how it really worked, and served this religious function, and this breaking down now. So, but the whole containment of meaning. Now, think about your own life. Might as well meddle a little bit now, and think about what things that serve as containers for meaning for you, that work for you. And think about those of you who are in religious vocations. Think about the difficulty of being in ministry today, and the difficulty in, if say, a seminarian's life. It's horrible being a seminarian today, because a seminarian is looking around, like we were talking earlier. A seminarian is looking around for people who are serious about this thing. And it's harder and harder to find people who are believably serious about ministry. And so this thing is widespread. It's not just in medical schools or in law schools. I mean, it's in your theological schools too. But this is a cultural malaise we're in. We came all the way from the 60s archetype of redemption, where we were going to fix things in a finite period of time, to the present, where so many, the archetype of the hero is really just sort of out of touch, or the warrior, the archetype of the warrior. Why do you think Rambo is such a powerful image today? I mean, think about that. My theory is because the archetypal reality that the warrior represents is so distant that it turns primitive. People are looking for it, and it turns primitive. And anytime you're really out of touch with a particular archetypal reality, it will turn primitive in its forms. See, in the early days of professionalism, that commitment, that focus and commitment and discipline, that comes out of that warrior archetype. See? And that is just practically non-existent anywhere now. You don't ask anybody to be uncomfortable for anything. Okay, but anyway, you get a little sense just in terms of the issue of cultural containers. When they talk about the crack, when they used to talk about the crack in the cosmic egg, or when they talk about the broken image, or things, phrases like that, they're really talking about the increasing difficulty to find containers to hold meaning for human beings. This is true all the time, and it is radically true in times of crisis. Because your sense for meaning and meaninglessness go way up in crisis times. Notice, for example, on this tripartite scheme, where are people most religious? In the middle. This is one of the failures of traditional psychology of religion. William James and a lot of these other early traditional psychologists of religion never made that connection. They never made the connection between intensity of religious experience and mystical experience and transition states. It was all over their writing. For example, the whole idea of a conversion experience. When do conversion experiences happen? Crisis time. That's when you get converted. During crises. So, mystical experience, conversion experiences, all sorts of intensified religious experience occurs in crisis. Crisis times. Why? Well, there are lots of reasons, but one of the reasons happens to be that is when you need to be able to feel meaning. And if you have some way of feeling meaning, that's Frankl's whole point. If you have some way of feeling meaning in a crisis, you can make it through practically anything. That was the import of his book, From Death Camp to Existentialism. If you can't touch meaning, then he pointed out, you die. Literally die. Okay. But in contemporary psychoanalysis and traditional Jungian theory, we have much more of a sense of the mechanics of this container business. Jung always said that the transference relationship was a vessel, an alchemical vessel. And people used to make fun of him about that, because the Freudians had said that transference was merely a repeat of old relationships in the present. That is, You were simply experiencing what you experienced with your mother or father with your analyst. Jung believed that the relationship between the analyst and the person that they were working with was a vessel, a place of transformation, a sacred space. Recently, Freudians have started coming around to that point of view. It's really very interesting to watch the Freudians begin to discover the special nature of the space created in the analytical relationship. You might want to look at D.W. Winnicott's work, Robert Lang's, not Lang, L-A-I-N-G, but Lang's, L-A-N-G-S, Robert Lang's. Yeah, W-I-N-N-I-C-O-T-T. And we could go on, but the point of it is that there's an increasing emphasis now on the importance of having a vessel created by a therapeutic relationship if you're going to get below the surface in anything significantly transformative. And that if you don't have that kind of containment, nothing significant will happen in therapy. There will just simply be a maintenance relationship. There's some evidence that the person, that if you're in therapy with someone, your unconscious can tell whether or not the person that you're working with can stand your craziness. And if your unconscious concludes that the person you're working with would fall apart if you showed them how crazy you are, unconsciously, your psyche will decide not to show them how crazy you are. Consequently, it will decide to keep that material split off. Consequently, you will stay the way you are, even though you go through the motions and pay your money. And there's a lot of evidence about that you can read. The work of Harold Searles is a very important case in point. Which gets us to the shadow side of the ritual elder. In this crisis management business, because Searles says that failures in psychotherapy are almost always because the therapist has not faced some aspect of their own chaos and consequently cannot let the person deal with theirs and the way they need to deal with it. So now what would this say about the formation? You raised the question about the formation of ritual elders or helping persons to help people get through crises. What would you say about that? What would a person need?
Face from craziness.
Oh boy. Right. Look at that. That's somehow related to facing your own shadow. Right? And that is an enormously tall order, because it's precisely when you're facing your own shadow that you don't feel so much like an archetype. You don't feel so much like an archetypal healer when you're facing your own shadow, right? I mean, by definition, you're looking at yourself, you don't feel like the great healer or the great helper. So it is a enormous challenge to try to take this religious life business seriously when you're trying to be a religious leader. What else would you say about the formation of somebody that can deal with this stuff? In your own experience, just think about your own experience.
I guess my own experience would be ambiguity. To learn to be comfortable with ambiguity, because so often in the helping or ministerial profession, people are really seeking answers, kind of like definite, concrete answers. And the bottom line is, for myself, I don't really have very many answers. I mean,
And that ambiguity is difficult for me to handle. And yet, when someone comes to me in a tense or crisis situation, I almost feel like I create an injustice to them by being ambiguous.
Well, people do want answers in these situations. One of the things you can count on is that the more stressed out a person is, the more regressed they are, the more simple they want their cognitive structures to be. It's a rule.
Say that again.
Well, the closer you are to fragmenting, the more simple you'll want your cognitive structures to be, including your religious ones. That's why, you come out of seminary and you're going to get everybody to be a Paul Tillich, right? Or an Abraham Heschel or something. You're going to get everybody to be sophisticated in their thinking. And of course, that's fine as long as they're not hurting or in crisis. But when they're hurting or in crisis, all of that machinery, all of those circuits that one uses in dealing with high-level theology are shut down because of what regression does to you. And you're up here flying around the stratosphere, and they're down here wanting to have something that will hold them together, a container. You want to give them discourse, but they need containment. Sophisticated theology seldom contain anybody during a crisis. See, that's the problem about this stuff.
Shouldn't we have the capability then to do both at the same time?
To do both?
Yeah, to be able to talk on any level.
Oh, sure.
If you happen to be in a congregation that needs it simple, even though you know it's very complex, is it dishonest to simply give it to them simple?
Well, see, it's not a matter of a congregation which needs it simple. There are always people in every congregation that need it simple because of the life cycle place that they are right at the time, the crisis situation they're in. So you've got to, that's one of the problems about being a religious leader, because you're just having to operate at all different altitudes at the same time. You've got one person down here flying right on the deck, and you got this other person up here in the stratosphere, doing loop-the-loops. And you're trying to keep all this together in your leadership. And there are probably a lot of you do it well. I know a lot of clergy that do this well. It's amazing how well they do it. Given the complexity of the situation, being a religious leader today, there are a lot of people doing a good job at it. It's not perfect, but it's sort of like the dog that could walk on his front legs, The fact that he didn't do it perfectly is not as important as the fact that he could do it at all. So it is a real problem. But when you start thinking about crisis and management of crisis, ministry to crisis, and the psychodynamics of crisis, you don't expect people to function at high levels of discourse while in crisis. If they do, great. You just look at that phenomenon. But psychodynamically speaking, they're regressed, and they're needing structure. A structure which they do not create. There's the key. As long as you're all together and you're functioning fine, you structure things. I am the captain of my fate. This thing. But when you get over here, you're not the captain of anything. You need somebody providing you some structure. Tell me how it is.
To be a ritual leader, you have to have gone through the rituals yourself. You have to have had, it's not an intellectual process, it would be a more of a visceral, more of a experiential sort of process you have to go through in terms of formation. And in terms of appealing to a broad range of people, you wouldn't necessarily be able to appeal to them from an intellectual point of view all the time, because there are so many different levels, but from a more of a intuitive or emotional and the thought comes to mind dealing with a community of people would be some sort of ritual or artistic sort of side to a
persons of interest to people.
This is the whole thing that was so much intact before the modernization period and the professionalization thing. That is to say, character. The whole idea of character used to be very key. You don't talk about character anymore, ever. I mean, it's no. But in the earlier time, prior to this idea of interchangeable persons and professionalism, you had some sense of the scarification of the person being one of the ways in which they became qualified to be the ritual. Think about the wounded healer that Henry Nouwen wrote about. It's so important. You know, getting wounded and getting traumatized is not a great thing. But if you can survive and realize that there is a possibility of renewal on the other side, then the scars that one gets begin to be things that can be used for other people and helping them through crises. And I think that's what we're getting at. And that's something that can't be taught in school or in books or anything else. Yes?
No, I think right along that same message that you were giving is it's Ingracias now in himself feels that great sense of loss and the sense of being helpless and the whole experience of trying to help people and then not being able to, because here he is in South America and the culture is completely different, and all he realizes he's incapable of giving answers, of giving responses, of containing.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be contained himself.
Right.
And searches within the culture there, unknown culture to him, for that containment and how lost he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's just sort of an image that's we can all identify with, because there are so many things that we cannot contain, and even in our own culture, that we cannot personally contain. And that's why we offer the scriptures a lot to people. You know, they have been traditional sources of containment for a long, long time. That's why people of the book continue to be people of the book so often. But that's one way to think about the power of biblical resources and the power of the Quran in Islamic culture. It serves as containment. Yes?
I think a ritual elder would need a great deal of experience and capability in living with tension and contradiction. In some cases, even inviting it and eliciting it.
Because what would this do for him or her?
It's a hope.
Yes.
Well, I think when people see the contradictions, to be able to see the opposites and the contradictions is the material, at least from my experience. They recognize the beginning of the brokenness, and they can begin to start to tell the truth.
Right.
One of the things I want to say about formation, I taught in the seminary in Denver for a couple of years, and it was a Catholic seminary, which was unusual. But one of the things that I observed was the hiddenness. I felt the hiddenness and the pressure that if I told, not me, but listening to the students, if I told the truth of my story, I wouldn't get what I wanted. I wouldn't get to be. I wouldn't get to be ordained. And so the whole idea of an achievable goal as being a ritual elder, that this is an achievable goal rather than a recognized gift, that might free it up. And that whole suppression of the way of perfection, the way of perfection rather than the redemption of imperfection.
Mm-hmm.
To begin to change the vocabulary and the images, and I really question even making it the possibility of an achievable goal.
Well, there's been a big debate on that for centuries. you know, the role of perfectionism. And Jungian thought, you know, we just talk about that as archetypal. And if once you get clear about sort of archetypal imagery and the way in which that's always perfect, and to get clear that you're not supposed to be an archetype, that's not the goal, then that sort of helps reflection on this. But in a lot of traditional religious schools of thought, perfectionism is something that's not seen as archetypal at all. It is attainable from a human point of view. Let's talk a minute about this thing about the difference in crises at different phases of life. If you haven't read this book that Passages was based on, you ought to read that. It's called Seasons of a Man's Life by Daniel Levinson. And it's really good about the experience of men. There is not a book that is as good about the predictable crises in the lives of women, although I'm sure you've all read Passages. That's a start. But there are some pretty obvious differences. Of course, Jung's whole psychology emphasized the different challenges of different times of life and the different nature of crises in the first half of life and the second half of life. A lot of the time, for example, you'll get people coming into analysis in the second half of life who think they're going to find first half of life solutions. In other words, some way that death will not have to be dealt with. You know, I'm really going to be young and virile again. And one of the things that's made very clear by Jung and by Jungians is that a lot of the tasks, the initiatory tasks that are brought on by crises in the second half of life have to do with coming to terms with death and not finding ways of adapting to life itself. So there is a real differential based on life cycle phases. There is still this same structure. You still get the same structure of a crisis. Say someone, the structure of the crisis is the same in adolescence as it is in retirement, the archetypal structure of it. But the issues at retirement are very different from the issues at adolescence.
I think that whole thing of death is interesting too, because even I find some of those people who think they've come to terms with are actually sort of evading really what it's all about. I had a woman recently come to me and she said, "You didn't speak in your sermon about death as healing, which it would be to me and my husband." And yet I felt that that particular person is fighting what death is really all about. Her husband's got Parkinson's disease, and she's sort of an angry woman, you know, fighting alcoholism. And yet I felt she had the terminology, but her life doesn't speak somehow that she really has come to terms with death. That's possible, isn't it, to have the terminology, I would imagine, but not the sort of the wholesome living of what death is going to be. You know, because I fear in a way when her husband does die, what then her response is going to be to that event. So,
particularly since you've got some clues from other things about her that her defenses are very primitive. You know, any kind of self-medication is an indication of pretty primitive level of organization. And when you've got a pretty primitive level of organization, you can predict even more severe regression during that kind of crisis. So you're probably right. And denial, of course, the more primitive your organization, the more you will deny the reality of what's going on. So let's think a little bit more now about the manifestation of the shadow in the phase of crisis. We need to be clear about that. Talk about this a few minutes, and then I'll let you stretch your legs for 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll come back and go to the end of our session. Do you understand why we say that the shadow will be more manifest in times of crisis than at other times? Is there anybody that's not really clear about that? If you're not, formulate a question, and we'll try to get it clear. Yes.
I would like to explain it further.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Yes.
I haven't thinking much from studies from Young Institute here, actually. Maybe you could just refresh my mind on what the personal shadow is.
Okay. It is those things, the personal shadow, are those things about yourself that your ego simply cannot tolerate. Your ego consciousness cannot tolerate. And you can say it can't tolerate it because it was taught that it shouldn't tolerate it in terms of your development. You were taught that this was good and that is bad. And your what is shadow for you was formed in your family. And so the shadow varies from child to child and from family to family. And what is shadow for you may be perfectly acceptable for someone else. But, in other words, it is an image of repression or splitting. You can split it off vertically, this way. You've noticed, now notice people. There will be people whose shadow will be manifest to them at different times. This is the person that knows they act out. This is, for example, the wife beater. Now, it's kind of hard not to notice that you beat up your wife. There are people that manage not to notice it, but most of the time, most people who are violent like that notice it or aware they're doing it. It is clearly a shadow phenomenon in the sense that they do not accept it. The ego does not really usually feel good about it. It's not something that is celebrated usually. And yet it is present in the consciousness. And periodically, the good person that will never do it again is here. And then something happens, and it swings over, and this thing gets acted out. So the shadow is conscious some of the time, but is not dominant most of the time. Well, then you get the higher level of organization, we call it. You may question that, but that's the situation which has what we call the split, and the personality is horizontal. That is, everything is under the barrier. And you don't see any of your acting out, speak of. Now, your friends do, and your spouse does. Everybody else notices when you're antisocial, but you don't ever notice them. You always have an explanation for why this really wasn't what you meant. So you don't act out constantly, but your shadow material is down here, and you're still acting it out, but you don't accept it. Believe it or not, that's considered a higher level of organization. But anyway, so the shadow materials are more under control in the second. So instead of beating your spouse up, you just forget to pick them up when you were supposed to, or you sulk, or you don't compliment them, or you whatever, all those wonderful creative things we do to get that stuff out.
You mean that's a higher level of development?
That is considered to be a higher level than completely losing it and acting it out in such a bizarre way that you have to face that you did it. It's considered, granted, it's still not all that great, but it's considered a higher level. But the point is that the shadow, the less stress you're under, the better you will be able to keep the thing in check. Now, the lower your organization, the poorer you are at keeping it in check. And it runs away with you in various ways. If you're really an obsessive, compulsive, neurotic, or compulsive personality disorder, you're able to keep it pretty much under control most of the time. But if you get in a crisis and regress, then these materials start coming on, start manifesting. This explains why so often, in the midst of a crisis, you'll hear people say things like, I just don't know what has happened to so-and-so. They are just not themselves. They're just not themselves. Well, you know, they're not themselves persona. They are some parts of themselves that have been kept under close check. I have a family member who has just been very seriously ill, and the family cannot believe the personality change in this person. They are convinced that this is just, related to some sort of brain damage. Well, it's not related to brain damage at all. It's shadow manifesting under the sickness. Yeah.
Now, you're not making a distinction between personal shadow and some other.
No, I'm not talking about archetypal shadow here. This is just sort of garden variety shadow.
But is there a distinction?
Well, there is a distinction, but see, most of the time, what you're having to cope with in crisis, the most focused thing is just garden variety, personal shadow stuff. That if the person wasn't in the middle of crisis, you wouldn't be having to deal with it. That directly, anyway. I mean, it would be more subtle. You might be having to deal with it in your work, but it would be more subtle. They might be passive aggressing you in meetings, or they might, be doing some other little irritating thing. But in the middle of a crisis, you get it full bore, and the whole family gets it full bore, and what. All the things, all the ghosties and goblins come out during these crises. And that's why, primitive peoples really understood this. The whole concept of taboo is related to this. Whenever something bad happened to you in a lot of primitive tribes, that made you taboo. And they'd stay away from you. And think about that. Well, what's that about? Well, they understood that when bad things happen to people, they get strange. All this stuff comes out. They get possessed by the souls of crocodiles. Stuff like that, see. And what it is just the shadow manifestations in a crisis period. Yes?
All of this is making me think that, you keep using the term crisis, but there are a lot of people who handle crisis very well.
Mm-hmm.
After that, quote, they have what you're talking about, which is the crisis.
You mean they get through the acute phase?
Yeah, they handle the death, and sickness, and everything so well.
That's right. Don't even cry.
And, they may even cry, but they keep going and everything's fine, but it's the crisis that's afterwards. And that maybe, in terms of our thinking about people, crisis is not a misnomer, but it's something to be aware of. I had a friend who put in a 911 call. She had been assaulted and raped and everything else, and she's gone through a whole process of trying to get the police to figure out why it took 20 minutes to arrive. And her fury is that it shouldn't have. There were 3 minutes from the police station, and the policemen have told her over and over again that she didn't sound like she was really upset. And that the words, came across, but after all, she wasn't very upset.
Right.
And, it's just
it's like
more and more like what you're saying. There are people who handle crises, and they mark the point as the crisis. For some people, it's not that. It's the aftermath.
Well, what you're talking about is like the dynamics of shock. I mean, when you're in shock, the persona seems intact, yeah. But afterwards, things start coming apart. And of course, that's partially, there's a merciful side to that too, because when you see somebody in the middle of a really bad crisis and they're functioning, you don't want to take that away from them right at the time. There's plenty of time for that to come apart later. But you're right, there is that initial mobilization of resources to deal with it. But that's still when you really haven't faced all the chaos yet.
Right, but I think agencies oftentimes treat the moments
Sure.
of crisis.
That's all they can do.
The crisis is not in the moment.
Right. Well, this is the whole, why the whole emphasis.
One victim, you take care of all of it, and it's the 5 months afterwards when all of a sudden you have to deal with the fact that you've lost absolutely everything. And
Yeah,
somebody's given you some money.
This is like the mourning issue. You can deal with this a lot tomorrow because there's a lot more interest now in long-term grief. A lot more realization now about how much of people's emotional and physical problems are grief-related. Now, we've known a lot about grief a long time, but we're still getting deeper into this thing. And that's why it's good that you've got another day on mourning and renewal, because what you're saying is being highlighted a lot now by a lot of studies in which a lot of seeming psychopathology is beginning to look like unresolved grief reactions. Let's take a 5-minute break. She was saying she works with military children in Europe, and that one of the things that, we talk about the second half of life is the task of dealing with death. She says a lot of those kids are dealing with their feelings that they're not going to have a life, that they're going to die soon too. Fact is that children throughout the world now are into these apocalyptic fantasies and dream. They're dreaming end of the world dreams. But this does not change what Jung or Jungian would say about this. Their task, the task of these young people, is to be able to affirm life in the face of this business. And that is enormously difficult. That's why you get punk rock. Look at this, so much of pop culture for adolescents. Go see that Prince movie. And it is a response to the situation. It is an escape from trying to deal with living in terms of the reality you're facing as an adolescent. So what do? You escape into a kind of a total fantasy land. And here on the North Shore in Chicago, suicide rates among young adults, late adolescents and young adults keep going up. So the task of the first half of life is to be able to try to live, in spite of all the things that make it seem like you shouldn't try. And it's really hard for young people today. Okay.
Do you think that's a reason why the movie that's so sensational today isn't only the hard rock, acid rock, but it's also pretty much a monster type of movie, violence and fantasy and horror, kind of a horror milieu is so popular with young people?
Well, it's not lost on them. Their situation is not lost on them. I work some with adolescents, and what I'm very impressed with when I run into a really depressed, really suicidal adolescent is the accuracy of their reading of the situation. The parents keep saying, "I don't understand this. What's wrong with this kid?" I say, well, and they keep trying to tell the kid it isn't the way it is, and the kid knows it's the way it is. And I find that the response of a teenager to an adult who says, "Yeah, you're right about this," is that they find more helpful than the adult saying, "Oh no, it's not like this. It's really better." They know what they see. And what is helpful to them, I think, a lot of the time is just honesty in the face of this, and sort of a modeling of a nevertheless. But anyway, this whole thing about the horrible situation of adolescence today is one that you dealing with crisis, you're going to be dealing with, because I mean, so many families in crisis around what's happening to the adolescents in the family. It's really epidemic now.
And with the family, I mean, you were saying before, for adults, a usual container is the job, the profession. And for a child or an adolescent, the usual one would have been family.
Yeah.
And the family's not there.
The family as container is an important concept, and one that's worth a lot of thinking about. And understanding what's happening in our culture in terms of what's happening to the container of the family is useful to think about. I think you're right to highlight that. Families in crisis, you see, the less support the family has, and gradually the family gets less and less from anybody, the less it has, then when a crisis occurs, the more fragmentation tendencies there are for the family. So a lot of what you're going to be dealing with in terms of crisis will be families in crisis. And and then the thing we talked about earlier about scapegoating and the one kid taking the brunt for the family is relevant in this context.
What I've seen so much is that just what you were saying, but on the other side of that the adolescent really sees all the inauthenticness that's in the family, sees all the masking and all the persona of each member of the family, especially their mother and father, and they see them as not being real.
Yep. I am amazed at, I mean, they're just beautiful, these adolescents. They're just beautiful. They are so articulate. They are so perceptive. They are so honest in their own way, although they're, of course, not, the family views them as chronic pathological liars. And, of course, they are in some ways. But the interesting thing is when I talk with them, I find that precisely what you're talking about is the case, that they're trying to protect their parents from a lot of stuff. A lot of these come from mixed families in the sense that they have step siblings and they are kicked back and forth from home to home. And so the adolescent, this relates us back to one of our primary, the adolescent tries to become the container for the family and tries to ward off the mother's crisis or to ward off the father's crisis, and feels this enormous load on them. And then, of course, you really got a crisis on your hand because then they can't sleep. They get to where they start self-medicating big ways. Now, let's spend some time talking about dealing with all this stuff. Let's face it, psychotherapy and analysis is not the answer. It's just, look, it's triage. Let's talk logistics. There's just never going to be enough psychotherapists to go around. I mean, you could turn them out with 14,000 schools of professional psychology, and you could turn them out great guns constantly, and there still wouldn't be enough to go around. I mean, psychotherapy provides ritual leadership for a very limited portion of a very narrow population, a very narrow socioeconomic strata. I think it's fine, good. People ought to do as much of it as they can. If they have access to it, it's useful. It does certain things that other things don't do. But it's not an answer to this stuff culturally. Some of the insights, if adopted on a wider basis, can be very useful. That's why I think it's important for people to study this kind of thing and apply it to other expressions, such as apply it to the religious life. The churches and synagogues are increasingly going to find themselves having to be on the front lines in this whole issue of managing the cultural crisis. That's just a fact. Back in the 60s, the government promised to do it. That's back when we were going to have enough mental health centers to go around. And they were going to have quality psychotherapy provided for everybody at reasonable cost, right? And we know what happened to that. And you can drive around the city of Chicago today and see what happened to custodial care for mental patients. See, they're on the street. So the religious institutions face the task of providing a lot of the containment and healing, sustaining, guiding, and reconciling which are needed for people in this and other cultures on the planet. That's the way it has always been. That's very probably the way it will always be. And so it's important that you who are in religious vocations, get as many resources as you can for dealing with this, because the buck is going to stop with you for the most part. That's scary, If you think about being involved in religious leadership today, it's a scary business. Being a part of a church, if you're serious about it, it's a scary business because there's so much that needs doing. But the religious imagery, myth, symbol, and ritual are still the most potent containers that people have in the face of this kind of business. What else can you say about the task of managing this business? Well, just thinking about these crises in terms of containment is helpful. If you start thinking about how you can help people find containment in the midst of crisis, it's a different way of thinking about the religious life, a different way of thinking about the parish. It's a different way of thinking about the task of educational programs. It's a different way to think about theological and religious training. It's one explanation for the popularity of Jungian thought in spirituality circles. I just spent some time recently at a huge conference called the Journey Toward Wholeness Conference down off the coast of Georgia. It's a sort of a national, international conference. And it's all these people like yourselves who have found the collaboration of Jungian thought and spirituality to be a powerful source of containers for their people during these times. So getting the sense for actual techniques that can be used in helping people work on their own materials without an analyst present is important. I remember one man I talked to, he was a pastor up in the mountains of North Carolina, a very small town up in the mountains. And he was talking about his task in this town. And the mental health center was passing out pills, and doing behavior mod. And he and the other clergy were trying to help people find ways to deal with this whole meaning, containment, journey, pilgrimage aspects of their lives. And I think that's a widely spread situation throughout the country. Going to increase.
May I add a yes but to that?
Yes, go ahead.
I appreciate what you're saying. The one hesitation, I think, about that, my agreement, is that has to do with what happens when the unconscious of the patient feels that the therapist can't handle something.
Yes.
I just get the feeling that the large rank and file of people, while they may have some good feelings about clergy and such, have this feeling about some sort of a rigid morality or judgmentalism, and so avoid us. And I also feel that the kind of morality that's being publicized as coming from the churches through the media is making that situation a lot worse.
That's right. That's right.
And I feel barriers in the community, unless it's my own folk, about people coming,
right,
crossing the threshold.
There's no question about that. There is a splitting issue that the church as persona religion is still a severe problem and will continue to be. I'm simply talking about actual delivery systems. The fact is, in most places in this country, you're not going to be able to see a Jungian analyst. In fact, you're not going to be able to see a Freudian analyst. You're not going to be able to see any kind of analyst. You're going to be lucky if you can see a MA psychologist. Yeah, and if you see that person, they're probably going to be in an agency which is going to let them see you, a dozen times maybe. And so we're really talking about a sort of pastoral triage. You know about triage. Triage is a term that you use on the battlefield. When you get people that you know are going to die, they go here. You don't mess with them. You get people you know are going to recover in spite of the fact you don't treat them right now, put them here. And the people you treat, because you have limited resources, are the people that are going to die if you don't deal with them right now, and that if you can really make a difference. And the fact is that in the church and in the helping professions in general, that is a situation that we're in. There are limited resources for helping across, if you count all the resources. If you count all of our resources, the resources for helping people are very limited. So you have to maximize the resources for coping with crises that we've got. Where are most of those? We take what we can get, right? We maximize it. We take what we can get. We try to develop as much as we can. I think that's one of the reasons why the Jung Institute runs these seminars in the summer, to try to make some contribution to that in a way that doesn't limit the importance of Jungian psychology to professional analysts. Because it's like somebody said earlier, Jungian analysis doesn't have a corner on healing and these dynamics. But it's a real problem, and it's going to get more difficult as we go.
And it's also a problem because insurance companies are not going to pick up
Right.
a tab because there's such a strong bias against any kind of mental illness.
Exactly. Increasingly, third-party payments for depth transformation process are not going to be available. So it's not that people don't have problems going to pastors, because they often do. But still, you got to look at the other side. People have problems going to therapists too. To go to a therapist still in many circles means you're crazy. See, not that you're trying to grow or trying to change. So there are problems like that across the board. And pastors I talk to think, don't tell me any more reasons why I'm important. I've got too many right now. But that's really the truth. I mean, the buck is going to continue to stop with the church and religious institutions a lot, because very few other institutions now are trying to work in this situation of crisis around the planet.
Don't you
Yeah.
think that because of both those things, the cost and the cutoff on the one hand, and whatever you want to say,
Right.
desire or not on the other hand, that a lot of the self-help groups and people who are committed to each other are beginning to expand to be committed to others who might have the same problem, whether it's parents who want to help other parents who, have found it work with their kids. And I don't know that I see an overwhelming surge of it, but I do see people are more willing to share their lives sometimes with their own at this point than they used to be. Or they're more willing to trust the untrained, but the in the situation people to know what they're talking about and to hope that maybe that'll make a difference if they share.
All right. Well, it's a good development, and as I say, when you're dealing with as much human dislocation as we've got today, you take what you can get. Right. Hopefully, by understanding a lot of the archetypal grounds of this, we'll find this not quite as scary because this human beings do intuit the need for containment when they're in a crisis. You don't have to teach them that. They know that. And they'll start scanning with their radars to see if there's any sanctuary around. And if there is, they'll home in on it. And so, to the extent that you and others can provide some sanctuary in the best sense of that word. Sanctuary is a place of transformation, place of healing. And people are hungry for that when they get in the middle of crisis. Yeah.
I'm just wondering what the perception of society will be as time continues on towards the institution of the church as a containment, mainly because in just recent years, the church has been taking a lot of bad publicity, where people are beginning to realize that their ritual leaders are alcoholics, having problems with pedophilia and things like that, or a colleague whose financial arrangements were somewhat sketchy and probably downright scandalous.
Mm-hmm.
That so much, speaking from just a Catholic point of view, so much is put in this perfect image of church and hierarchy and perfect ritual leader, and yet they're really beginning to see the shadow side of these people. And I'm wondering what their approach will be then.
Well, there's always that persona. See, now that's important that you get the concept of persona religion. Get clear about persona. It's always going to be the persona dynamic in religion. To the extent that the religion is persona religion, it is totally dead, simply a status quo anti-supporter. Do what? Well, sure, it ought to be dead. But see, the difference Victor Turner makes between ceremonial, which supports the status quo, and ritual, which is transformative, is important. And persona religion is what, and we got to be compassionate about this. There's good reasons people get into persona religion. Why? God knows they're aware enough of their shadow. They're scared about it. And they go in there and they want to get that persona religion and help bolster them against the shadow, see? And what am I going to do with the fact that I am sexually abusing my child? I mean, a person sexually abusing their child knows they're doing it. And a lot of the time hates it. You don't condone the persona religion phenomenon, but you got to understand it. People are trying to keep the lid on. And they have a hard time when you start saying, well, let's get the shadow, let's do ritually, let's get the church to be significant, let's get the shadow out of here. They say, get the shadow out of here. I come here to repress that thing, And that's understandable. We just don't need to condone it because we know that it's got to be more than that. We can't just have the religious institutions be one more little pressure, lid on the pressure cooker. That's what people tend to think that it's for. Well, there's a sense in which we do have a job of trying to help people control their impulses. so that they don't kill themselves because of, acting out self-destructively. There's that sense. But transformative religion always has a sense of the shadow, its own and everybody else's. In fact, in primitive culture, that used to be institutionalized a lot. For example, you would have your trickster figures that were built into the services. You'd have the solemnity of the occasion and the purity of the shamanic leader and so forth, and you'd have the trickster figure running down beside him and fart right as he ran by. Well, for purpose. I mean, this is to keep these opposites up where they can be seen. And primitives were much more aware of the importance of that than we postmodern types. I mean, people we're trying to keep it all clean. Well, it doesn't work. And so what we ought to do with this thing about the shadow side of the church, everybody say, the church has a shadow. So what? So what else is new? I mean, so what do you mean the church is, of course it's got a shadow. Of course your clergyman's got a shadow. I mean, that's progress for you to see that. Congratulations. So what? And start trying to have this kind of response which can include that, contain that. And of course, that's what you see in Jesus. The capacity to hold and contain and love people and their shadows. That is what we've got to do, and not be so put off with that. It's not gonna kill religious institutions for people to notice they've got shadows at all.
I think it can be a frustrating experience for people involved in religious ministerial situations to deal with people who are shocked that the church has a shadow. Yes. Because for many folks who get to that point, their turtles are starting to move.
That's right.
And religiously, they get into that middle section where, I'm at the point where I can throw the church out because all I see is the ship now.
That's right.
And somebody like that needs to talk to somebody religious to put that in balance and get more ceremonial church persona. But they're less likely to look to somebody in the church at a time like that because their only experience has been this parish and it stinks and it's a real tough situation.
It's really
the minister being in that situation, and he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't.
That's right. So he better not be looking to other people to tell him how he's doing.
But, for the people who have that experience, I think it's a real time where for them, it's a growth time to maybe you've been living a persona church too. You see it now and you don't like it, so where are you going to go with it? Throw the baby out with the bath, or go through this thing, try and do some reconstructing.
Well, see, and there you're back to this whole idea of the kind of person that can provide leadership in crisis. Because it's got to be somebody who's not in the persona religion. Because if you're in the persona religion, you're not going to be any help. Because you're going to be trying to get it off of me, But the good news on this thing is, the fact of the matter is that the church is not in as bad a situation with regard to leadership as a lot of people like to think. I mean, I find that the pessimism with regard to the clergy is in inverse proportion to people's knowledge of them. That is to say, the more actual functioning clergy of these different religious groups that you know, the less you're going to be into a fantasy that clergy are incompetent and the real answer is psychologists. See? I mean, there are a lot of really outstanding people doing an outstanding job in a lot of the different faith traditions. And there are a lot of lousy psychologists. I mean, we need to realize that what we have a lot of the time is a splitting phenomenon that in which we depreciate the religious institutions and idealize the secular ones, and it's just the same old business we had before. We got to demythologize them all, or remythologize them. Yes.
I think what I'm experiencing is that for many parishioners and so on, they use this shadow side of the clergy as scapegoat kind of reason for dumping, giving them permission, giving themselves permission to sort of let go of all of it and let themselves hang out and sort of come to grips with their own primitive side.
Yes.
Because they hate to be told, you know, that's sin, that's sin, that's sin, and they're doing it. And if they can drop that and find fault, it's like adolescents finding fault with their parents.
Very
so that
much.
they can separate from them and move on and not feel so bad. And I think it's sort of it's healthy, I think, to be able to kind of free themselves from that father said, sister said,
Yeah.
and and saying, no, what do I say?
Well, see, that persona religion stuff is very alienated, heteronomous authority kind of business. And when we get beyond this persona religion thing, we'll be a lot better at helping people reclaim the some parts of their personalities. I mean, if we had time, we could talk. I mean, we could have had a whole day on sexuality and spirituality and the way that works here, because it is precisely, for example, a lot of what people consider the acting out aspects in crises times with regard to sexuality and all sorts of things. A lot of that is really movements toward wholeness on the part of the people involved. And if you do not have for example, an archetypal perspective on the feminine, in which you can see this wide range of what full femininity is, then you will tend to be into that old traditional split about what constitutes the right kind of person for the religious life. I mean, maybe you could request next year they do something on sexuality and spirituality, but I mean that's one of the places here that fits in this crisis time. People act out a lot, but in the acting out is shadow materials, which are split off aspects of the person that need to be reclaimed. It's an important thing. Other comments? We've got a few minutes. Yes.
I'm kind of confused. And, I'd like you to back up a little bit. The idea of containment.
Yes.
And comparing that to radioactivity.
Yes.
You know, what's contained in this container gets out, it's very dangerous stuff.
If it gets out in ways that are not
Control.
well, that are not channeled. Control, yeah, in a way, but all of these materials in the unconscious can be useful if channeled at a time and a kind of a, what do you say, a rate at which an individual can metabolize it. You know, you can just deal with so much stuff at a time. And everybody in this room, including yours truly, has got enough stuff that if we ran into it all at once, we'd just completely decompensate. I mean, we would just fall apart. I mean, you just could not deal with it. And people will often ask, well, why did I not dream this week? I didn't dream this week. Why didn't I dream this week? And I laugh and say, well, it's obvious that we've got plenty to work on already that hadn't been digested. See? Which is almost always true. I mean, the unconscious doesn't need to give you something else to deal with if you haven't really worked through what you've already got. So it is a matter not of avoiding the material, and it's also not a matter of trying to deal with it all at once. It's just like digestion in terms of unconscious materials.
You were talking about, I think, the therapist or clergy being a container for the people.
they have to be involved in providing and facilitating containment. They can't be the sole container. They can often be the container, but not always.
So that these people going through the crisis are able to find someone that they can share what's happening to them with and still be accepted in that way, contain, help them stabilize and work through what has come.
Yeah, and for example, you were talking about not having the answers. But if you're my pastor, there will be times that I come to you that I don't want you to tell me you don't have the answers. If you don't have the answers, just don't say anything. Just kind of look wise. Because I don't need you telling me, well, I'm just an ordinary bloke. You know? Because right at that time, I don't need an ordinary bloke. I need super pastor. So by God, be super pastor until I don't need you to be super pastor. See? I mean, that is the archetypal carrying that you have to do. I mean, and it's not phony. Because if you understand this stuff from an archetypal point of view, you are not your personal self at that point anyway. You are an archetypal reality for me, and I need for you to let me idealize you. I need to be able to look at you and look in your eyes and see great wisdom there. Exactly, it's exactly the same. I mean, you know, if an analyst, it's all the same archetypally. It's just the archetype of the healer. And if the archetype of the healer cannot be the great Swami, you know, if you can't be the great Swami, when I need for you to be the great Swami, then I'm going to find somebody that will, if I got any sense. Now, of course, I come to you with my relationship problem, right? Having a problem with my relationship. Don't tell me you're having a problem with your relationship. I don't need to hear that. You know, right at that minute, you know, be wise. You know, I mean, there's a time to tell me that it's normal to have problems with relationships, but there are a lot of times when a person does not need to hear that. They need to have you be the center, the rock, the pyramid of crystal that is steady forever, and the roots go down to the roots of the universe, right? That's you're an archetype at that point, and that's right for you to be. There are too many clergy today that are in a hurry to have their laity know how ordinary they are. Well, that's important at certain times, but there are times, such as crises times, that you don't want to advertise that, you know, with your sweatshirt, ordinary people, you know, right?
When you're in the middle part, in the unlived parts of your life.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about, I mean, it wouldn't always be acting out or living those out.
Right. Thank you for raising that. We needed to mention that. Right, right. Jung always said that in these times, that the roads you didn't take start coming back. You start trying, at least they start trying to come back. Now, of course, you can't take those roads. If you are in your 50s and you finally realize you are able to understand that you were sexually abused as a child, and that explains all of these things that have happened to you. And it explains a lot of the things you did not do. Well, you can't go back and live that life that you missed, but you have to deal with it. You have to deal with the unlived life. Now, some of the unlived life can be lived. And so, you know, when we're working with somebody and this unlived life comes up to them, then if you're a servant of life, then you got to get in there and try to get them to live the life that they can live. You got to try to help them. Come on. Live. I mean, that's our job. You know, if you have, you know, one way of thinking about our job, it's to invite them to live, because people need invitations to live. Jesus said, I am come that they might have life, and it more abundantly. And it sounds easy, but in this kind of situation, people are real ambivalent about that. They're not sure they want to try.